Dan Orlovsky stepping out of the back of the end zone for a safety. You never go for Orlovsky. On the last play, the Patriots-Raiders week 15, the Patriots tried to make it impossible on the old pitchy woo-woo. Patriots wide receiver Jacoby Myers goes it back to Raiders defensive end Chandler Jones, who pilot drives Mac Jones into the ground. New England Patriots, come on, man. Watch your head. Talking about quarterback Baker Mayfield put himself into the self-inflicted concussion protocol. He did it with the Panthers, and then he did it with the Rams. But also in Tampa, we got Pitts, Devin Danielson, who gets upset because someone ate his sides. Right? They have no leftovers. Bangs his head on the helmet multiple times. But that doesn't top this one. Sean McVay getting hit in the face. I mean, hey, Sean McVay, come on, man. All right, minor league baseball. Roman Perez of the Memphis Redbirds hits a fly out to left. Routine lollipop. No big deal. He trots around the bases. A second look here shows that Perez thinks that he's put a yard, and he hits the bat, and he goes into his trot. Not realizing until he was around the third. All right, Ottawa center's great. Thomas Shabbat gets upset and hits his teammate in the face with a stick. Thomas Shabbat has a new segment called Sorry, Bro. Come on, man. All right,
Survive in advance, win or go home. NFL playoffs began this weekend. Got the sixth and final wildcard game this evening on Monday Night Football. Got the 12-5 Dallas Cowboys as the 5 seed at the NFC South with a losing record, 8-9 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs, hashtag Cowboys, hashtag Buccaneers. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. We're also going to be watching WWE Monday Night Raw as they're about to begin here at the top of the hour, as they're officially 1 week out from the 30th anniversary of the Red brand in the WWE. So Raw 30, Raw Triple X next Monday. Keeping out for videos from that. They're a week and a half away from the Royal Rumble, I might add as well, a week from Saturday, to begin the road to WrestleMania 39. As last Monday night was the College Football Playoff National Championship game. Georgia went frog hunting and absolutely kicked TCU's ass. We'll see who has no chance in hell tonight on Monday Night Football, as we'll end the Super Wild Card round weekend here in the NFL playoffs with the Dallas Cowboys and Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as kickoff is about 15 minutes away. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. So Dallas at 12-5, Tampa at 8-9. They wrap up Monday Night Countdown game on ESPN and ABC, as we'll have Joe Buck, Drakeman, along with Lisa Salters on the call this evening. It's hard to pick against Tom Brady, okay, flat out. And then on top of that, it's hard to pick the Dallas Cowboys when it comes playoff time, because they haven't won in the postseason in a long time. We'll get more into that in a minute, but an aerial shot at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. In the meantime, then now, forever together, WWE. We'll see what kicks off the show. We'll see, as of course there's still ongoing rumors that the company is potentially going to be sold in due time. So yeah, we'll see how tonight goes. See what they have in store, have planned. And we'll go from there. Like I said, they're continuing on the road to the Royal Rumble. It's a week and a half away, but with those storylines, got a big show next week. So yeah, then now, forever together, WWE as opening pyro as Tom Brady in the meantime. Let's fucking go. takes the field. So this is a Week 1 rematch, I might add. Tampa Bay won it 19-3. Of course, Dak Prescott was injured, missed a few games, has since returned. Make the playoffs once again, but they haven't won in the playoffs on the road since 1992. As Monday Night Raw, eating some Skyline chili tonight, it looks like. So of course, we'll recap what happened this weekend in the NFL playoffs, I might add as well, a little bit later on. But, okay, we got a Joe Buck Reichman in the booth. They promote a six-man challenge tonight in the main event. Winner to face Austin Theory next week for the United States Championship. Have a good idea who's going to win that. But in the meantime, throw them up. We the Ones, the Bloodline kicking off WWE Monday Night Raw. So no Tribal Chief, no honorary use, but we got the tag team champs in the Usos along with Solo Sikoa. And we'll see what they have in store for them, if it's going to be a tag team match, let alone normal tag team match, six-man tag, or going to cut a promo, which leads to a match, a singles match, for all I know, who the hell knows. We'll see. But Raw's been, all right recently. SmackDown's been better, I've thought. And like I said, they're just continuing to build towards the Royal Rumble, and then, of course, a big Monday Night Raw next week with the 30th anniversary from when it first debuted back January the 11th, 1993, which, of course, was the middle of last week, so they couldn't have had it on the same exact day by any means, so they'll have it as the go-home for the Royal Rumble actually next week. And like I said, keep an eye out for videos from that. But Raw kicking off here. We've got some time in between the start of the show and kickoff. So it looks like they're going to cut a promo. But like I said, we'll see what they have in store. We'll be watching it, but we'll put it on the back burner here once kickoff ensues. And we'll have our main focus, main attention on Cowboys Bucks. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So as mentioned, it's NFL playoff time. So Survivor in advance, winner go home. You win, you advance. You lose, your season's over with. You're on to next year. And then it's better luck next year. Something Dallas has been wishing to have happen since they last won the Super Bowl back in January 1996 at the end of the 95 season. Super Bowl 30, so 27 years. It's been 30 years since they've won on the road in the playoffs. They've won 4 times total in the playoffs, but they haven't made the NFC Championship game, let alone back to the Promised Land in the Super Bowl since 95, early 96, Super Bowl 30 when they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. So like I said, it's hard to pick against Tom Brady in general, but then on top of that, it's harder to pick against the Dallas Cowboys when it comes to playoff time because you know they're probably going to choke. So, of course, got a full 60 tonight. We'll see what it gives us. Always, I'm sure something will. But Tom Brady might add as well, he's never lost to the Star. He's never lost to the Dallas Cowboys. 2-0 as a Buck. The other wins came when he, of course, was a New England Patriot for the first 20 seasons in his now 23-year NFL career. And even with never losing to Dallas, yes, I know, as mentioned, finishing at 8-9, yeah, they still won the NFC South, but technically, yes, that is a losing season, but they still win the division. They still host a playoff game here tonight against the 5th seed Dallas Cowboys, who have recently, since Thanksgiving, struggled a little bit, if you will. Even with Dak back, of course, remember he went down week 1 with a thumb injury late in the game. Tampa Bay was going to win to begin with. They held on to win afterwards, and then Cooper Rush took over. Didn't look half bad. Dak comes back, Run game is going to be key tonight for both teams, I think. Long story short, with that being said, but we'll get into the future of head coaches and quarterbacks as well. But take care of business first off, because once again, it's survive and advance. Win or go home. You win, you advance. The winner of this game will head to San Francisco, take on the 49ers next Sunday night. Loser, season's over. And both teams, yes, they lost in the playoffs last year, but Tom Brady, 35 playoff wins in his career. That's as many playoff wins as Dallas Cowboys have throughout their whole entire franchise history, which that stat's absolutely absurd. But we'll see what gives tonight. That's why they play a game. It's set on paper, it's set on field. But, like I said, it's just hard to pick against Tom Brady, and then it's even harder to pick the Dallas Cowboys come playoff time. So we'll get into the game pick here in a minute. Kickoff momentarily. Hashtag NFL, hashtag WWE Raw. The bloodline getting interrupted by the Judgment Day. So we'll see what this leads to. Probably a tag team championship match. As, of course, Dom's mommy and Rhea's in the ring, and he's since been broken out of jail. But what the fuck's Finn wearing, for one? But this Monday Night Raw starts. We'll see how this game kicks off. We'll have national anthem and coin toss and all that jazz as usual, but they're going to give us a sideline report and a look back to Tom Brady's postseason history. Once again, 35 playoff wins in 23 years as a starting quarterback in the NFL for the Patriots and Buccaneers. What's future hold? Who knows? But then those 35 playoff wins are as many playoff wins that the Dallas Cowboys also have since they began playing football, okay? So Brady getting warmed up. They're going to be in their road whites at home, taking Dallas's mantra away from them. But, Dallas, whenever they're at home, they wear their road whites, and when they're on the road, they wear their home blue uniforms. So, I get Tampa's the home team. They're the NFC South champs, but that's your jersey uniform info for the game. We'll see who the white capper is. Dallas is favored, I might add. It is officially the line at, where is it? Right there. I have it somewhere. 2.5, 3-point favorite. Over-unders at 46. So, with that being said, first team to 20, maybe 25 wins the game. And that spread's probably right on. Somebody knows something, because when these two teams have met the past 2 years at the start of each season, Tampa coming off their Super Bowl win, they hosted the Cowboys on a Thursday night to begin last year. Tampa won on a game-winning field goal. When they met at the start of this season as well, it was a field goal game up until the time Brady hit Mike Evans for a touchdown. And, of course, Stat got injured. Bucks win anyway, 19-3 as mentioned. So keep an eye out for the run game, turnovers, and special teams tonight for sure. And once again, we'll see what gives. But it's just hard to pick against Tom Brady. It is. It's hard to pick against Brady. And it's hard to pick the Dallas Cowboys in January, let alone February, if they make it that far, which they haven't in quite some time once again. But, he's never lost to the Dallas Cowboys as a starting quarterback in the NFL, even though, once again, this year, they still won the NFC South, but with a losing record. That just shows you how bad Carolina, who almost won it, but also Atlanta and New Orleans also are as well. Of course, there was some talk potentially with the situation 2 weeks ago on Monday Night Football with Damar Hamlin that the NFL, for the playoffs, potentially could have been adding an eighth team to both the AFC and NFC for half the league then, and 16-32 in the playoffs, which, then at that point, you're just turning into other professional sports leagues. And it's like, what's the point of, all these games to get to this point anyway to begin with? That's neither here nor there, though. Of course, there was also some talk to potentially push back the season by a week or so. We're going to get a rematch of that game actually next weekend in the divisional round now. Even though technically they played, but they didn't. They wrote it off as if it, never happened. Even though they were, half a quarter in, and then the injury happened with 3. And, he's since been doing better. So, of course, good to see there. But that's, of course, neither here nor there either. That was then, this is now. The thing is, the show goes on, as we know from professional wrestling, including with an incident, to that magnitude in the past. The show goes on one way or another. And that was the thing. They're going to play these games. It's just a matter of when they're going to play these games. If wild card weekend this weekend was pushed back next week, it'd be next weekend. Divisional round, along with conference title games to follow. But same schedule. They just scrapped that game, canceled it, and then Kansas City, Philadelphia got first round buys as the 1 seeds. Buffalo at 2, followed by Cincinnati and Jacksonville at 3 and 4. They won this weekend, so we'll have the Chiefs and Jags next weekend, along with from that Monday night game 2 weeks ago. Right after Penn State won the Rose Bowl against Utah and then the College Football Playoff National Championship game last week, it'll be Bengals-Bills in Buffalo this time around rather than in Cincinnati where Monday Night Raw's at, I might add. This evening, we'll see if a wild thing shows up by any means or not. But NFC side of things, as mentioned, this game tonight, final wildcard playoff game of the weekend. Last year was the first time they had the expanded playoffs. Rather than the 12 teams that it's been, now 14, 7 ASC, 7 in the NFC, rather than the first 2 seeds getting buys, only the top seed does. And rather than the 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, they do 2 games Saturday, 3 yesterday, and then the Monday night game this evening, in which it's Dallas at Tampa in a 4-5 matchup. The Cowboys, the first wild card team at 5, Tampa as the 4th and final division winner, with a losing record once again, but they're in, and that's all that matters in this playoff times, a whole new season. Winner, as mentioned, goes to San Francisco after also the Giants beat the Vikings yesterday. And after the Seahawks lost to the 49ers, that's why San Francisco hosts the winner of this, because Philly hosts New York on Saturday, and then winner of this goes to Santa Clara in the Bay Area, take on the 49ers, which would be rematches from the past year, whether from regular season or the playoffs, with whoever wins this game next weekend, I might add as well. But like I said, we'll see what gives. Off the rails there a little bit, as Tampa Bay is going to kick off left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dial. So Dallas back deep to receive. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Solo in action, one-on-one on Monday Night Raw, and a potential look to the future as we're underway. Touchback. If, a sale was made, Solo right now potentially taking on a future undisputed, never gonna lose WWE champion. But like I said, we'll watch Raw, but we won't be watching Raw because now this game's underway. And Dallas 1st and 10 from the 25, and CeeDee Lamb in motion. Prescott gonna fake the give to Zeke, roll out, and it's incomplete, drop right through his hands. So 2nd down. So course, don't let the game get too big for you. Both teams, a lot of players have been in this position before. Just got to cool down, simmer, relax. No motion now into the gun. Empty set. Quick bubble screen far side. It's caught, but then dropped again by C.D. Lamb. Incomplete 3rd and 10. Would have been a loss about a yard if he caught it, but just settle down. You got to work yourself into it. It's the opening drive. Still a lot of football left. I mean, play calling wise there for Dallas, honestly not that great. They're on the first 2 plays. Dak 0-2. See what he does here on 3rd and 10 over the middle. It's incomplete again, so they'll go 3 and out and punt. So Tampa's going to get the ball, and yeah, just not a good start for Dallas. We'll see if this keeps up or if they'll finally relax and settle down a little bit and fit themselves into this game, if you will. We'll see what Tampa does. Like I said, keep an eye out for special teams tonight. It's been field goals with these 2 recently. Return game, we'll see what gives. But now from the 25 on the punt return, about a 10-yard gain. So 1st and 10. Brady and the Bucs. From 35 as he's starting another playoff game, potentially in his final season, with the Buccaneers, let alone in the NFL, for all we know. Who knows? But all those stats that they just showed off most in NFL history, which, of course, first year in Tampa, they went and won the Super Bowl. Last year, they lost in the divisional round. They were on the wild card. As last year and the year prior, I might add, as they're playing the Dallas Cowboys tonight, Micah Parsons, he makes a tackle for loss in the backfield. In the wild card round, Brady's first 2 years as a Buck, taking on the Cowboys tonight, they've beat 2 of the other 3 teams out of the NFC East in the playoffs. They beat Washington and they beat Philadelphia. Now, Dallas. We'll see if they can make it a 3-peat, or if, the Cowboys, 3rd time's a charm, going to be able to beat the Bucs for the first time with Tom Brady at the helm. Because they didn't meet it all in 2020 by any means. And then to start off the year, last year, as mentioned, coming off that Super Bowl win by Brady and the Bucs, Tampa Bay wins on a game-winning field goal, and then when they met at the start of this year as well, Tampa also won. So Brady's pass over the middle, a little high, incomplete, as Kevin Owens comes out and now is attacking the bloodline. He'll take on Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Championship at the Royal Rumble. Expect Sami Zayn to turn on the bloodline from now until then, probably during that match, to set up Reigns and Zayn at a later date for the title, and then Road to WrestleMania continues. The Great One comes back, and then Reigns goes over and make sure he gets acknowledges from The Rock, acknowledgement, I should say, from Dwayne Johnson, who played football in the Sunshine State. There's a stunner. We could see in due time, too, some mud holes getting stomped, if you will, from the Texas Rattlesnake. But Tampa, in the meantime, also going to punt to begin the game. I guess at least Dallas, they went 3 and out and didn't lose any yardage. Tampa went 3 and out and lost 3 yards. They punt on 4th and 13, and then the Cowboys on the punt return and a couple yards there. But Dallas going to set up shop, same field position basically they just had, about 20, 25-yard line. So, yeah, 2 3-and-outs, 2 punts, a couple minutes in here, and they'll go to break, and we'll see what happens here tonight on Monday Night Football to end the Super Wildcard round weekend here in the NFL playoffs that are underway. As mentioned, the 49ers beat the Seahawks on Saturday. The Jaguars came back to beat the Chargers Saturday night. And then yesterday, Buffalo, the New York Football Giants, along with the Bengals, all won. And then voila, here we are tonight with Cowboys Bucks. And let me know in the comments below who you have winning. But in the meantime, as mentioned, Owens comes out, attacks the bloodline after Solo was in a match to begin the show. And of course, this is all after promo back and forth with the bloodline and the Judgment Day. But yeah, Owens going after Reigns at the Rumble. Also at the Royal Rumble. Of course, all the Royal Rumble matches. They'll have a pitch black match with Bray Wyatt, I might add, as well. So we'll see what that entails. But like I said, when Owens takes on Reigns, expect from now until then, probably then, that's when the honorary Sami Zayn turns on the bloodline. If they're not going to turn on him, and then that sets up a match, I think Sami's starting to see, Owens is there to help him. He's not, against him. And in due time, he'll turn and they'll join forces, and then you'll get that tag team feud that we've been, awaiting. Just like Reigns and The Rock, like I said. From Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber to WrestleMania, you're going to have Roman Reigns and Kevin Owens, Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn, then Roman Reigns and a returning Rock. So, like I said, should be then that Reigns goes over, gets acknowledged by The Rock as the head of the table and the bloodline. The tribal chief himself is the last one standing. So we'll see who gives, and from now until then, of course, we're a good 2.5, 3 months out from WrestleMania, but just to look ahead during commercial break, and to tie that up, they give us a Raw 30 promo for next week as Tampa's defense makes its stop in the backfield. Zeke goes down, and Dallas will have a 2nd and long. So let me know your favorite moment, I might add, of the 30 years of Monday Night Raw in the comments below. But yeah, WWE right now rumored to potentially be sold. Like I said last week, I really don't know what to think, and I still don't. We'll see what happens. I'll have more thoughts and opinions on that at a later date, so just keep an eye out for that video. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching tonight. But Dallas gonna be put another 3rd down situation here. At least they're able to move the ball there a little bit. 3rd and 7 officially. After they lost a couple yards on the opening play. After a quick 3-and-out, 3 incompletions on the opening drive. Tampa also punts. Dallas 3rd and 7 here from 31. Trips near side. And Dak get the snap and step up and avoid a sack, and then he goes down. Back of the 20, ball comes out late, but yeah, they're going to run down. So 4th down, and Dallas going to punt again. So, up until, these two teams get rolling, until you settle down and settle the hell in, it's going to be like this. It might be a low-scoring game for all we know. It might be what defense is going to bend, doesn't break. And he stepped up. Some decent pass block, but yeah, this game, talk about the offensive lines, talk about the line of scrimmage being one up front. be able to protect and then get after the opposing quarterback. That's where we're at right now. I mean, that's where you're at on every play. But, I mean, an explosive play or two here to get rolling for all we know might be a spark. These two teams need a spark. As Tampa fields that punt, couple yard return, get it back 1st and 10. But yeah, still not up at 0 here, about midway through the opening quarter now on Monday Night Football during the NFL playoffs. So yeah, Cowboys, Bucks, tuning in and watching a double commercial break from Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw. Just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. What else we got here? Like I said, it's hard to pick against Tom Brady, and it's hard to pick the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. And that's whether they're the 1 seed under the old format, 1 or 2 seed, let alone a division champ or as a wild card. Because America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, they have not won on the road in the playoffs in 30 years. Okay? So, WWE giving us a WWE Network on Peacock promo, I might add, as well, with the Royal Rumble coming up. It's been a long layoff. It has been a drag at times since Survivor Series until now, with the Rumble looming, as they had no day 1 pay-per-view on New Year's this year. They stacked, tried to at least, the first and last shows of the new year. But of course, they're going to roll on and do what they do, and is what it is. I think the big thing people are worried about is creative. If something would, go down. But we'll see. Yeah, what the fuck was that commercial, for one? As they come back to Tampa, Raymond James Stadium, home of the Bucks, home of the Outback Bowl, as well. Which from one pirate to another, the Bucks gonna try to fire the cannons here, cannonball coming, and beat the Cowboys tonight on Monday Night Football and advance in the playoffs. And like I said, whoever wins goes to San Francisco to take on 49ers next week. The Bucks, along with the 49ers, met earlier this year. Of course, the 49ers beat the Cowboys last year in the playoffs. So they both be rematches from within the past year or so. But Tampa here, 1st and 10 out of the pistol from the 41. Brady looking to throw. And that'll be caught by Mike Evans, of course. Tampa this year, their offensive line's been ragdolled around, banged up, to say the least. But for the first time since camp and preseason, seems like they got their starting 5 up front the way they want it. Of course, you have Brady at quarterback. It's the playoffs. Leonard Fournette, playoff lining, does he show up, along with Shard White at tailback. There's the give to 7. Leighton Vander Esch on the tackle after a 3-yard gain. Be 3rd down for Tampa. But then at receiver, you have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, along with Julio Jones. They've missed Rob Gronkowski at tight end, to say the least, this year. A couple tight ends have stepped up as of late, with Kate Otten, 88, on a block there. But Brady, 3rd and 5, officially out of the gun over the middle. It's incomplete, almost picked off. So they'll punt once again as well. So here we go. Punt contest on Monday Night Football in the playoffs. So incomplete, 4th down, and they'll punt. As WWE gives us a returning Cody Rhodes vignette from, of course, when he was injured last summer at Hell in a Cell, tearing his pec. But he's going to be returning sometime soon, just don't know officially when. It'll probably be at the end of Raw next week, if I'd have to guess. And if it's not, then it's going to be at the Royal Rumble. So, yeah, the American Nightmare, they've been running these returning promos for him for a while. Roads to the Royal Rumble. We'll be on the road to WrestleMania here before too long. But they cut the commentary, and we'll see what's next. But 4 punts, no points, and the game will continue when we return. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But yeah, like I said, the Cowboys haven't won on the road in the playoffs since January of '92. They've won 4 times total. All games were at home. But that's even since the 90s as well, since they last won the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 30, as mentioned at the start. Is that Elias or is that Ezekiel? I thought Ezekiel's on the field losing yards on those few carries, but I'll digress. Yeah, 30 years since the Cowboys last won on the road in the playoffs. Brady has 35 playoff wins, as many as the Cowboys do in franchise history. And then, like I said, we'll get to the future of Mike McCarthy, Todd Bowles, Dak Prescott, Tom Brady, in due time. Honestly, right now, who cares? Your main objective, your main goal is go out and win this game. Survive in advance, win or go home. Because if you win, you're on the next round, the divisional round. They'll begin on Saturday. 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday, and then 2 weeks from yesterday, a week from this upcoming Sunday, conference title games, Pro Bowl, and then the Super Bowl, which will be February the 12th on Fox. Super Bowl 57. With whoever wins the AFC. And if the AFC Championship game, I might add, is Buffalo and Kansas City to be played in Atlanta, neutral site, with going back to what I was saying earlier. To get to this point, okay, if what happened a couple weeks ago happened earlier in the season, they could have, potentially wiggled around it, to fit it in. But they flat out canceled it. And, show still goes on, and they're not making the game up, but we're technically going to get a rematch of that now next week in the playoffs. So we'll see who's, going to come out firing on all cylinders, I'd have to think, and go out and, try to win the game, hope to win the game, survive in advance then as well, get the AFC Championship game. And like I said, yeah, wildcard round wrapping up tonight, divisional round, and then conference title games, Pro Bowl, Super Bowl, and Dallas about 6 yards there. Second down coming up for the Cowboys. Second and medium here. But yeah, like I said, with future of, because Jerry Jones is the problem with the Dallas Cowboys. He is, and has always been the problem with the Dallas Cowboys. Prescott fakes the give, far side, it'll be caught. Michael Gallup is returned. First down, our first down of the night by either team. Yeah, thank you, Joe Buck. But yeah, on a comeback and goes up and gets it. First down for the Dallas Cowboys. But, if the Cowboys would lose in the playoffs, would Jerry Jones fire Mike McCarthy? We'll see. If they win and then lose, would he still fire him? We'll see. Like, they're still searching. They're still living in the past is what they're doing. They're good in the regular season for the most part. I mean, every once in a while they'll have a shitty year. When they're good, they're good. But when they're bad, they're bad. There's no in between. But then come playoff time, they're bad because they don't win. That's all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. That's why I said it's just hard to pick Cowboys in the playoffs. Extremely hard to pick Cowboys come playoff time. It is. because it's been forever. But then there's always that one time. Well, okay, they get over the hump, but then how do you, play afterwards? Do you go back to basics or do you keep pushing? Flag on the play. And got a roughing the passer, 15 yards, automatic first down. And Sean Hockley is our whitecap tonight. So surprisingly, it took half the quarter to get our first penalty of the game. But as he's zebraing it up, they expect a lot of yellow flags to be thrown tonight, I might add as well. They throw a roughing the passer on that. Okay. I guess we have seen worse. We've seen less than that, though. I mean, they threw the flag. It is what it is. That's the thing I always say. If it's penalty, call it. If it's not, don't let them play. They have that point, and then they're roughing the passer. So 1st and 10 at the 40 for the Cowboys, and they'll hand off. There's movement up front on that. I thought I heard a whistle. But on a draw, give to Tony Pollard, first down run to the 22 for 18 yards, and they'll move the sticks. That play was a little slow, to say the least. But then he hit the hole and went. It all starts up front. Got to have a good blocking scheme to. Yeah, I thought there was a false start there. I thought I heard a whistle, but I guess not. They play on in 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Toss, Tony Pollard, far side. He'll get about a yard if he's lucky. So, 2nd and 10. We'll see who wants to smoke more in this game tonight. If I'm Dak here, right on the cusp of the red zone, I'm probably looking for my tight ends. I mean, maybe take a shot. I mean, yeah, they went to CD Lamb a lot on the opening drive, but then a lot of drops. Prescott in the end zone, caught touchdown, Dalton Schultz. So they go to the tight end and they score. Yep. Touchdown Dallas Cowboys. They're up 6-0 here, pending upcoming extra point. 6:28 to play in the quarter. 22-yard touchdown from Prescott Schultz. Yeah, good play. And they executed it and they scored. And the extra point up and no good. He shanked it. Wide right. No good. So special teams playing a factor here. Missed extra point. 6-0 Cowboys. They scored, but the extra point's no good. 6:28 to play in the first. So third drive was the charm there for Dallas. We'll see about Tampa here when we come back, as both teams punted a total of 4 times before that touchdown. They finally got a drive going there, a couple first downs. Penalty helped them, big run, and then they scored. So 6-0 Cowboys. We'll pull up some first half stats and scores at halftime. Get more into that a little bit later on. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Got a tag team match now on Raw. But yeah, still hard to pick against Tom Brady, and it's still hard to pick the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. But that's why I said, with all that being said, the run game tonight, along with turnovers, we've had one penalty there, roughing the passer 15 yards on the first down. They get an 18-yard run and then a 22-yard passing touchdown. Up 6-0 for just now tuning in. But yeah, run game, run to pass, pass to run, do whatever the hell you're going to do, open up play action, which they sort of did there, and he's wide open down the middle in the end zone, caught touchdown. But run game, turnovers, and special teams. We'll see how bad that extra point's going to cost them later on, if it's going to come back to bite them in the ass or not. 1 point differential in a weekend of one-score games in the wild card round here in the playoffs, in a season of one-score games. I might add in the NFL. I mean, come on, give me a break then. But no, run game with Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard, along with Leonard Fournette and Rashard White. Turnovers, you just can't turn the ball over. You can't. You turn the ball over, you're probably going to lose. So nothing stupid, no penalties, no turnovers. As long as you're in the green, you're probably going to come out on top. But then there's always, the opposite to that the best teams don't always win. It's the best team on that given day wins. So turnovers, as mentioned, but yeah, special teams. Because Tampa Bay won on a game-winning field goal week 1 last year. And then when they met week 1 this year, it was a field goal game. 19-3, and the Bucs won both. And the Bucs have beaten NFC East opponents in the wildcard round the past 2 years. With Tom Brady at quarterback, year 3 here, playing another one. Third time a charm for the Cowboys, though, to beat the Bucs with those other 2 games. Talk about the special teams, but that missed extra point, like I said, we'll see how big of a difference that'll be later on. Because the average margin of victory this weekend in the playoffs, Super Bowl card weekend, from the 2 games Saturday to 3 games yesterday and the game now tonight, 5 of the 6, with the 6 being right now 6-0 Cowboys. Bucs ball, first and 10 to 25. Average margin of victory 7.2 points, which is a touchdown. And it's been a season, once again, of one-score games in the National Football League. As Brady's pass caught by Godwin, but a loss, so second and long. Yeah, Tampa's got to get something going here, unless it potentially could get out of hand. We saw that last week. Georgia was just making it look easy against TCU. Putting it to them, we're going to hunt tonight. And they went frog hunting, all right. Cowboys going to shoot them up 2 against the Bucs. I mean, a cannonball can take out, more than a single bullet. But Brady handed it off to Rashard White. They got a third down here coming up. 3rd and 7. Godwin in motion. That's what Dallas had at 3rd and 7. They converted, and then they, drove and scored. Brady looking to throw. And come back with White near side. Makes a man miss and gets a first down out towards the 40, down to the 38.5, 39-yard line, it looks like. So 1st and 10. So 3rd drive, on 3rd and 7, both teams execute, get a first down. Dallas ended up scoring. We'll see if Tampa can respond here and tie it up, let alone take a lead because of Dallas's missed extra point. Still a lot of football left to be played, though, no doubt about it. It's early. It's a 60-minute game. Of course, in the playoffs now in the NFL this year, we have new overtime rules. We have yet to see an overtime game under those new rules with the 5 games that have been played so far this weekend. Maybe we get it tonight, for all we know. Maybe it's next weekend. Maybe it's, a couple weeks from now, let alone next month in the Super Bowl, for all we know. If this year at all, for that matter. Maybe we got to wait a year. Maybe we got to wait a couple years, But the thing is, these teams know each other. These teams, Dallas is used to being in a shitty division in the NFC East, but, 3 of the 4 teams made the playoffs this year. And 3 of the 4 teams, 2 of the 3, advanced next weekend. Philly, of course, already on a bye, but the Giants won yesterday. We'll see if the Cowboys can join them or not. That pass caught. Tampa first down in midfield. Chris Godwin, we are. As, once again, there's a lot of Penn Staters in this matchup, I might add. You got Godwin there at receiver. Donovan Smith at left tackle. Of course, Michael Parsons coming off the edge for the Cowboys. Did have Sean Lee at linebacker once upon a time for the Cowboys, I might add as well. But Tom Brady, the Michigan man himself, former quarterback, another former quarterback, and their current head coach, and Jim Harbaugh going to stay put, it sounds like. But 1st and 10, Tampa out midfield. Alert, alert. 3 on the play clock. They get it off, hands off. And Rashard White up the middle. Another first down for Tampa. 12-yard pickup. So, yeah, it took these teams a little bit to settle down and settle the hell in. 2 drives, 4 punts. 3rd drive, a touchdown. 3rd drive. What do we got here for Tampa? We'll see. Field goal, touchdown to tie it up. Little and take the lead once again because the missed extra point by the Cowboys. Only time's going to tell. But a first down run there by the Bucs. 1st and 10 officially at the 38-yard line. So, handoff for Net up the middle. He gets a decent-sized gain. He's 2nd and medium here. I'd take a shot. I would. I mean, you got 3 damn good receivers. Like I said, though, why not go to your tight ends? Dallas did that with Schultz. We'll see what they draw up here. 2nd and 6. I mean, you can just keep running the football, too. 3rd and manageable. Or just, short, manageable situations. Roll out, that pass incomplete. Kokeef, 41, the intended target. They say incomplete. Had it and dropped it, so incomplete. 3rd and 6. And now some pushing and shoving. And that's a flop job, I can tell you that. Mind games, if you will. But, yeah, get the hell out. And now we got a whistle, and Dallas can call timeout. So they're going to make sure they're set. They cool down here a little bit, make some stops, but yeah, I don't know what the hell that was all about. Up the middle. Well, he chipped them. I'm sure somebody said something. Yeah, he just walks back, walks through the line, and he's just standing there. He's trying to get out, and then so they pushed him out. And Tampa's not having any of it, and rightfully so. 3rd and 6 for Tampa. From the 34. Evans in motion. Yeah, we'll see who's going to hit. Let alone hit harder, and then keep punching. Evans over the middle, caught. First down, Tampa at the 22. Knocking on the door, looking to cut this lead. Tie it up, maybe take a lead. So we near the end of the first quarter. So 1st and 10. I'd get back to the run game now. I mean, they're keeping it simple. They're keeping it balanced for the most part. They're running some. They're throwing some. Back to the run, no. Roll out. Brady going to step up far side in the end zone, incomplete. Intended for 84 Cameron Brate. So 2nd and 10, 1, 2, 3 to play in the first. Yeah, they've missed Gronk at tight end, but I mean, so we see a replay here for one. Yeah, they ran a wheel route with him, and then good coverage. Brady should have fucking took off and ran. Jesus Christ, green grass in front of him. Gets a first down and maybe more. But Dallas' defense tells him to shush and incomplete 2nd and 10. Brady's pass caught. Godwin. 3rd and about 4. Yeah, third and 4 here. Tom Brady in red zone since 2020, including the playoffs. That's a total of 93 touchdowns to no interceptions. 86 of those touchdowns thrown. There's 7 on the ground. And then he has, they just jinxed him there, 407 attempts since his last red zone interception, which was when he was in his final year in New England in 2019. Pump fake, roll out, another pump fake, and then just shuffles it. Godwin inside the 10, big hit of the 5. But they got a 1st and goal. Now run it. That might do it for the first quarter, though. They're not going to have to snap if they don't want to. Yeah, pump fake, roll out more, pump fake again, and then pump fake, and then shuffle it. Yeah, just waited, and they bit seemingly every time, and then nobody's still open. Because, I mean, you have a short field, and then he just shuffles it, and he says a thank you, and they get a 1st and goal at the 5 at the end of the first quarter now, yeah. So they'll switch ends, and at the end of one, Dallas leads Tampa 6-0 here tonight on Monday Night Football. 6th and final wildcard game here this weekend. Winner to take on San Francisco next week. And then we'll see what happens, for matchups in the NFC Championship games. Might add as well 2 weeks from now. But, he just shuffled it, and then he broke a couple tackles, and a big hit of the 5. So 1st and goal, Tampa now at the 5-yard line to begin the second quarter when we return. They said, I'd get back to the run game, punch it in here. We'll see if they miss the extra point as well or take the lead, if they'd score and go up 7-6, or if they had to settle for 3 and then cut the lead at 6-3. Or, not get anything at all and turn the ball over for that matter. Tampa, they've missed Gronk at tight end. It's felt like all season long. We first realized that when these two teams met week 1. I remember saying it then on a Sunday night. Here we are all on a Monday night, and they're in prime time playing again. We saw a few other teams, this year, whether they retired like Gronk did or they were traded to other teams. The teams, since, whether, they've made moves to replace in free agency or the draft or made a trade themselves. It's all about supply and demand, but then it's about quality over quantity, but then quantity over quality sometimes. And with the latter part of that's how it's been for Tampa at tight end this year. Quantity of 3 tight ends with Cade Otton, Cameron Brate, and O'Keefe compared to Rob Gronkowski. And Brate's been around, of course, no more O.J. Howard, but Brady's the pocket passing type of quarterback. If you have a good offensive line and a good running game for him, just get the hell open. He's going to get you the football, okay? Plain and simple. But check down to your tight ends, and then, no doubt about it, he's had playmakers and receivers through the years, I might add as well, and he's got 3 damn good ones right now, too. Now to begin the second quarter, 1st and goal, Tampa at the 5 to begin the second. And he'll throw. Pass is batted down, incomplete. Micah read that from the get-go and almost picked him off. So don't do anything stupid here. Don't get special. Don't do too much. Keep it simple. Run the ball. Punch it in. I mean, they had a couple blockers there for him if he would have caught it. That was Penn State on Penn State. Donovan Smith on Micah Parsons on the block, and he bats it down. Incomplete. 2nd and goal at the 5. Now Godwin in motion. They'll fake the run, pump fake over the middle, back of the end zone, and it is picked off. So touchback, and they just jinxed him with that stat because for the first time as he punches himself, like, what the fuck you doing? No doubt about it. That's why you run the fucking football. What are you doing? They got too full of themselves there and turned it over. But Brady turns it over inside the red zone in the playoffs for the first time since 2019. run the ball there. He hits the hole. He's in the end zone. And then he pump faked, and then still nobody's open. Tuck it and run. I know he's not a running quarterback, but, he should, I don't know why he, just lobbed it. He should have just threw it out of the back of the end zone and be incomplete. You live another down to be 3rd and goal at the 5, but now it's 1st and 10 Tampa at the 20, or 1st and 10 Dallas at the 20, excuse me, as they'll try to capitalize off the Tampa turnover. So Tom Brady's first red zone interception, including the playoffs. So that's all time. It was 410 attempts. Snaps the longest streak in NFL history. Goes back 4 years. Wow. So Dallas now 2nd and 10. But yeah, turn the ball over in the red zone. You can't turn the ball to begin with, let alone the red zone, and leave points off the board. They very well, let alone could have took the lead right there because Dallas missed the extra point when they had scored just previously. Dump off to Zeke. Be about a yard short, it looks like, 3rd and inches. Or cut it up, tie it, miss the extra point themselves, or they go for 2, which I don't know why the fuck you would. But, score, go, and take a lead. But no, you turn the ball over, and now you're still down 6-0. So now you got to rely on your defense, and now you got to go on another good drive. 3rd and a yard. Prescott up under center, in motion. Here comes the sneak. They're going to push him. Now they toss it, Zeke near side, and they still get the first down anyway. So move the 6, first down. Dallas at 32-yard line. And I'm surprised with Sean Hockley here as our official tonight. He's one to his crew. They're known to throw a lot of flags. They're always coming out of the pocket, but they're letting them play tonight. They are. I go back to when the Cowboys played the Raiders on Thanksgiving last year, and he was the white capper that day, and it's a total of 30 penalties in the game. Dump off to Gallup. As he gallops for about 4, 2nd and 6. As Bailey is in the NFL playoff spirit, of course, from the Bay Area herself, wearing a George Kittle jersey, who's a big pro wrestling fan. And she comes out to the man, Becky Lynch. Dallas getting set. They've got all day on the play clock. And a handoff. Zeke be 3rd and short. And of course, in Super Bowl history, the 49ers have beaten the Bengals a time or two, I might add. And could see that again this year for all we know, depending on what happens. But yeah, she comes out, and of course they're in Cincinnati for Raw, and Becky Lynch in her orange hair, and Tampa try to get stopped defensively here. Dallas 3rd and 3, empty set from the 38. Prescott over the middle, caught. Tony Pollard wipes his way for 5. 1st and 10 Cowboys. So another empty set. Go hurry up a little bit. Prescott going to keep it. Tucks it and runs and gets 3. 2nd down and 7. Bell audible. Punch in the elbow. We'll see what that means. And they'll run it. Pollard. They'll make a stop though in the backfield. 3rd and 8 coming up for Dallas. 10.5 to play in the half. Low scoring, 6-0 game. Dallas, lucky they have a 6-0 lead though, because Tampa should have scored. Whether that was a field goal, touchdown, the tie it, to take the lead because that missed extra point. But now, they've gone 30 yards here after the touchback. 25, 26 yards. Yeah, 3rd and 8. Timeout. They'll barely get it off. Prescott over the middle, caught. First down, Dallas, and that's T.Y. Hilton, former Colt who they signed recently, rather than OBJ, because he's too busy yelling at people on airplanes. And Dallas 1st and 10 at the 40. Middle of the field's wide open. For both teams, it's been wide open all night. So 1st and 10 from the 40. And fake the give, roll out, come back to the tight end. That's Ferguson. Barry Alvarez's grandson from Wisconsin gets the whole way down to the 5-yard line. 1st and goal for the Cowboys now. And now they're going to try to capitalize off this turnover. They're going to try to extend their lead, go up 2 scores here before halftime. The only good thing going for Tampa right now is they're going to get the ball back to begin the 3rd quarter, begin the 2nd half. Good block by C.D. Lamb there late. But a simple rollout play action. And you got a convoy down the near sideline. Now 1st and goal, Dallas. Officially, they say at the 6-yard line. It's out of the pistol, now to the gun as Pollard motions to Prescott's right. They'll hand off up the middle. Prescott going to go up and block for him. He gets down to the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal, Cowboys. And now we've got a flag on the play. Probably a hold, and it's probably coming back. 10 yards, they'll replay it down. Yep, holding. 10 yards. The 1st and goal at the 16. Hold was on Dalton Schultz. Yeah, that's a good call, too. That opened up the hole for the run. They're going to call that every day if they see it. Thing is, holding happens on every play. In every game on any given Sunday. Well, on Monday night here. Now a whistle. Be 1st and goal after a delay here. Let's see if they reset the play clock. So, 1st and goal, Dallas. As of course, the less games we have in the playoffs, the officials are still going to get used. They might not be calling the game. They might be on the sideline, though. That's an early start on the jump on pole. Jason Peters gets Pollard, though, back to the 6-yard line. Now they got a 2nd and goal. So they get the penalty yardage back. But they're letting the movement up front go. They're calling the obvious hold. They're calling the late hit. But see what Dallas does here. If they're going to turn it over themselves. Run an option. Fake the pitch. Prescott keeps it himself. Reaches for the goal line, but not going to make it. 3rd and goal at the 1. Get up there and sneak it. Fullback dive. Except they don't have a fullback. Yeah, they're using offensive linemen to block for their running backs at that spot. And it's Connor McGovern. We are Penn State again. Yeah, I give to Zeke. Let him eat. Feed him. 3rd and goal. Hand off to 2-1, and he's going to get stuffed. So they're going to settle for 3. No, you take the points. You don't go for this. I don't care if you're a yard short, yard close, or not. 15-play drive, going to go 80 yards and try to score and tack onto your lead. But, you're on the road in the playoffs. You got to take your points, man. I get you missed an extra point. You still got to kick it here. Now, you take the points. Prove me wrong, though. You go for it and score. All right, whatever. Roll out. Prescott going to walk in. Touchdown, Cowboys. Simple bootleg. They went the whole entire way to the right on the give. Bucs defense gets bit, and they drive 80 yards and capitalize off of a Brady turnover in the red zone and score and extend their lead. I'd go for 2 now. 12-0, make it 14-0. If you have balls to go for it on 4th and goal from the 1 in the playoffs. I mean, yeah, win or go home, leave it all out in the field. I'd still take the points there, but like I said, yeah, prove me wrong. They do score. They'll kick the extra point, go up 13 here, and what if they miss this again? They're only up 12 then. I mean, Tampa's still in a hole though now. Yeah, kick's no good again. Missed it again. It's 12-0 Cowboys. They probably should have went for 2 for sure. But it looked like they were going to bring the field goal unit on. And then they said, no, you stay out there. We're going to go for it. Here's play call. Fake the give. Yeah, simple bootleg. He had a tight end wide open in the end zone if you want to throw it to him. But Prescott kept it for himself and walked in from a yard out. Touchdown Cowboys. 6 minutes to play in the first half. They've missed 2 extra points, though. So we'll see if, now not 1, but 2 extra points missed. For total 2 points is going to be a difference for this game here tonight now. But, I mean, you got to give credit to the Cowboys. They just went the distance and capitalized off of Brady red zone turnover and scored to extend their lead. I mean, they're wishing they have the 2 missed to made extra points, not 14-0 rather than 12-0, but you take the points for sure. I mean, I would have took the points on kicking the field goal, but that's also why you go for it, because you have kicking issues and you miss your extra point. First off, you go for it, you score, but then you miss your extra point again. So, yeah, we'll see if Dallas is going to be in a position that they're going to have to go for it more than they want to now tonight or not. But, yeah, 12-0 now Cowboys on top of the Bucs. And remember, that was the best Buccaneer drive of the game thus far. They got down to the 5-yard line and then turned it over, which they should have done what Dallas did right there, and that's run the football. But no, they got too full of themselves. Brady's going to throw, and then Dallas's defense makes a stop. And they pick them off, and then they go the distance and score and extend their lead. So 12-0 Cowboys. I'm still, as mentioned at the start, picking Tom Brady and the Buccaneers tonight to fire the cannons, because it's just hard to pick against them. It is. And it's hard to pick the Cowboys come the playoffs, because they haven't won in the playoffs in fucking forever. Okay? Especially on the road. But, Dallas out to a 12-0 lead. We'll see if that's going to be enough late, or if, they're going to have to do more, which I hope they do more. I mean, you want to see action, but you just can't count out Brady, Final drive of his Buck career, NFL career potentially, do they drive and just come up short, or does they score and win the game again? We'll see, but that's the thing. Like, Dallas needs to keep it up. They can't just, okay, now 12-0, hold back, and this is enough, because no, damn well he's going to come back and do something. You just don't know when. But yeah, 2 missed extra points is the difference right now, 12-0. But yeah, just slow start by both teams. Dallas takes advantage of it then. Tampa had some momentum, but then it went away with the turnover. Dallas capitalizes off of it and they score. So, yeah, 12-0, 6:13 to play in the half. But, still a lot of football left to be played, long story short, okay? Still a lot of football left to be played. You can't count out Brady. Like, don't be surprised they go on a drive here before halftime, score, and then, as mentioned, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half, score again. Maybe they're still down, depending on if it's field goals to touchdowns, touchdowns to touchdowns, probably mid-third quarter, and then Dallas gets the ball back. Like, Dallas, depending on how much time Tampa takes up here, if they work some clock, Dallas might not get the ball back until then, mid-third quarter. Probably get it back here before halftime, I'd have to think, though. But this is a big drive for the Bucs, because they could do some serious damage. They could double up potentially from now until mid-third quarter if they'd score 2 touchdowns and have their first lead done in the game, and then get this game in the fourth quarter, and balls to the wall then, and we'll see what it gives, and we'll see who comes out on top with the win. But second down coming up for the Bucs, second and 1 officially, through a 9-yard pickup. As Chris Godwin this year, 28 receptions on screen passes, most by any receiver in the NFL this year. As he has 71 in his career. After being drafted, I believe, in the 3rd round, a little too late, out of Penn State. But first down run there by Tampa. Stick the game plan. But keep running the ball here. I keep, honestly, doing what you're doing. But they do need a big play, though, too. They do. They need a... Oh, they'll hand off to Fournette there. He loses a couple yards. Second down and long. Because honestly, neither team's really taken a shot. Dallas has worked the sticks. Tampa was able to work the sticks there a little bit too, but then the turnover. And then the Cowboys score off it, which we'll see if that's a difference late as well. Brady's pass over the middle, short hops, it incomplete, intended for Auten. As Brady's pissed off, and rightfully so, but yeah, as they just mentioned, that ball might have been tipped. But he completely underthrew him to begin with. But I think he wanted him to come back rather than keep running the seam. Oh, fuck, he should have just kept running, and Brady hits him on the money then down the middle. So, 3rd and 13 from the 37. And quick pass to Godwin. 4th and 3 coming up for Tampa. You got to punt. You got to play field position. Your defense needs to fucking stop. There's no chance you go for this here. No. Right around midfield, 4th and 3. Still a lot of football left. You got to pin them deep. Make them drive on you again if they really want to score that bad. Your defense needs to stop. They need to turn over themselves is what they need. They need good field position. They need a spark. Tampa needs a spark. You need a spark to light the cannon to fire a cannonball. They need a fucking spark is what they need. And we'll see where the boom's going to be placed, but fair caught at the 8, 1st and 10 Dallas. 3:30 to play in the half. And the Cowboys lead 12-0. So, yeah, Brady's just not playing good right now. I mean, that's 4 drives, 2 punts, a turnover, and then another punt, as he's got a movie coming out with 4 old hags. But, no, just he has to step it up. Brady's got to play a little bit better here, long story short. Can't turn the ball over in the red zone. And then, he underthrew his receiver, even though he had him wide open, for more yardage. He wanted him to come back, and he kept running and short hopped him. So, yeah, he's got to play better for one. They got to... It's still, unless you get down 3-4 scores here and the game's over, but then, we've seen comebacks in the playoffs, before, including this weekend, so you can't count them out at all, including Tom Brady, till the game's over. But, no, just, I still stick with the game plan. They gotta execute better. They gotta move the ball, get a couple first downs. Like I said, they just need a spark. They need to stop on defense when they need to turn over themselves. They need to get on the board. This is going to be a big drive for Dallas, I might add, as well, just prior to halftime. Because, up 12-0, they drive and score here again before halftime. Field goal, which, kicking issues, 2 missed extra points from 33 yards. So, Probably won't be kicking anything, outside of that tonight, if anything, at all. Maybe they go for two the rest of the way. Maybe they go for it the rest of the way, for all we know. But 15, let alone 18, 19, 20 to nothing at halftime. Bucks still get the ball back to begin the second half. Like, this is a big drive for the Cowboys now too. It is. It's a bigger drive for the Buccaneer defense because they need a fucking stop though. They do. So we'll see what happens here. It's why we play the game. But yeah, Brady needs to step up. The defense needs to step up. They need to stop. They need to spark. They could have done some damage there, and after 4 plays they punt. But yeah, the Pro Bowl is not the Pro Bowl anymore. I mean, hell, it hasn't been the Pro Bowl in quite some time because players don't want to get hurt. But now it's flag football. Like, who the fuck wants to watch that? It's not fucking elementary school. Prescott over the middle, caught right there at the marker. He's going to be about a yard short. 2nd and 1 for Dallas. So, Monday Raw continues. Not a hell of a lot's happened tonight since the start, so we'll leave it at that. They're continuing to build to the Royal Rumble. Got Raw 30 next week, but 2nd and short for Dallas. And they got all day on the play clock. So they'll get up and audible again. Let's see if it's the same play call or they run something different here. Zeke gonna ninja his way for a first down, and first down Cowboys. Probably got one more play here before the 2-minute warning. Yeah, that's the only good thing going for the Bucks. As mentioned, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Goes to San Francisco. Yep. 1st and 10, Dallas from the 20. Cowboys, first down again at the 40. Make it the 41. Prescott to Schultz again. Tight ends having a big game. At least for the Cowboys, they are, not the Bucks. 1st and 10, Dallas. And that'll take us to 2-minute warning. Yeah, so they got one more play off there. But with 2 minutes to play in the first half, Dallas going to have a 1st and 10 at the 40, up 12-0 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is the final Monday Night Football game of the season. There's Raw 30s next week. We'll have the Raw after the Rumble in 2 weeks. Road to WrestleMania. Elimination Chamber. Bunch of house shows. Of course, Raws, NXTs, and SmackDowns. But then, late March, early April. WrestleMania 39. So, 2 minutes to play. 1st and 10, Dallas, up 12-0 on top of Tampa, as mentioned. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. First half stats and scores coming at halftime, along with a recap from the wild card round this weekend and a preview of the divisional round next weekend.
Recognizing how valuable my time is, but instantly stop. You have to make me sweat a little bit. Feel some extra bumps in my chest while the game is going on. Well, look, wait a minute. Where's my $200? That was fast. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet just $5 to get $200 in free bets instantly. Action's so good. Why bet NFL player? City Roadhouse. Touchdown. Interception. She's a man.
Robust. They're working on a cure.
Okay. You said everything right. There's always something bad out there. And frankly, Raiders, Clippers.
After all we've been through, there's no halfway with this. We have a job to do. We finish what we started.
First and 10 Cowboys from the 40. 2 minutes to play in the half. Up 12. Bubble screen caught by Lamb. And back for 4. Timeout Bucks. They're going to try to get the ball back here if they can. They'll take another timeout. Minute 53 to play in the half. Be second and... Yeah, second and we'll see when we come back. About 3 yards, I'd say, maybe 4. Yeah, they played the music. Sounded like they were going to get a break, but it sounded like they were going to keep it right there. Maybe go to the booth, but no, they go to commercial again. So timeout Bucks. You got 3 of them to use. I mean, they're going to try to get the ball back if they can here before halftime. Why the hell not? I mean, they're going to have to drive, if they do get the ball back, force the punt here. But, I mean, if you can't stop them, you're going to let the clock wind, of course. No hurry to stop it at that point. Dallas with 2 timeouts, I might add. And try to, extend their lead again before half with a field goal, maybe a touchdown for that matter. So we'll see. But leave it at that. 12-0. Just under 2 minutes to play. And another timeout on the field. So Cowboys second down when we come back. As, they've been promoting all night on Monday Night Raw this 6-man elimination match, as they're calling it. Miz, Dolph Ziggler, Seth Rollins, Bobby Lashley, Corbin, and Balor as well. And then throughout the night, they've had live look-ins or video packages or vignettes to the competitors. Winner faced Austin Theory, though, next week for the U.S. title on Raw 30. As now the lights have gone out, and out come the Judgment Day. They'll be in tag team action next.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive. You could save hundreds.
It's a great idea, TV Dad.
But I said the exact same thing.
Someday when you're a father, you'll understand.
I'm his father.
It's not a competition. Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
Tune in Sunday, January 29th for the NFC and AFC Championship games presented by Intuit TurboTax. Stream games live on your mobile phone with NFL Plus.
6 o'clock on the countdown crew are standing by with the All-State halftime. And stay tuned for the premiere of the exclusive new trailer for The Mandalorian coming up at the half. Minute 54 remaining. Each side now with 2 timeouts. Buccaneers took that timeout on defense.
Second and 6 officially for Dallas from the 44. Minute 54 to play. 12-0 your score. Prescott gonna get sacked. He was down before he threw that. It's incomplete though. So, I mean, would you want a 3rd and long? Or 3rd and 6 as it is? But then if it's 3rd and long, you got 1 timeout because you're going to have to stop the clock then. Or 3rd and 6 and 2 timeouts. It looked like he was down. But the pass was incomplete anyway. Got an injured player in the meantime. So, clock stoppage to begin with. Dallas should be charged a timeout since we're under 2 minutes to play. And they are officially, so Tampa lucks out in that regard too. So minute 50 to play in the half, 3rd and 6 coming up for the Cowboys. If Tampa can make a stop here, they're going to get the ball back. What's the play call, though, by the Cowboys? I mean, you could take a shot. I'd probably run the ball. I don't want to, make sure they get 2 timeouts and a minute and a half to go, to cut this lead before halftime and then score again early 3rd quarter and whole new ball game then. They're going to throw. Prescott, that's a hold on 7-3. Going to tuck it and run. They get the first down at the 45. So if I'm Tampa now, I'm in no hurry to stop the clock. Let it run. Dallas on any timeout, minute 33 and counting. 1st and 10 at the 46. Yeah. Tampa's not going to get the ball back now unless Dallas scores. That ball's deflected, incomplete, not unless they get a turnover. And so they do run it. It was a quarterback keeper because nobody was open. And, yeah, that's a hold. And then he got the first down on the run, and yeah, so. Yeah, do you kick a field goal if it comes down to it? You've missed 2 extra points, or do you go for it? That's the other question now for the Cowboys. But 2nd and 10. Yeah, that's a delay game. They do blow the whistle on that. So 2nd and 15. Minute 17 to play. They're calling the obvious penalties. There's nothing out of the ordinary tonight. So they'll reset the clock to minute 19. 2nd and 15 for the Cowboys, up 12. That was a big third down. It was. It's a big third down. Empty set. Because if Tampa gets off the field, they call timeout and get the ball back. Dallas converts, though. Drive stays alive. Prescott down the middle. It's caught at the 30. CeeDee Lamb. So 1st and 10 Cowboys. But yeah, the drive stays alive. They get another couple first downs on top of that. And yeah, the middle of the field's been there all night. Somebody fucking cover the middle of the field. But then that'll open up the sidelines. Yeah, post over the middle, Gallup to the 17. So 1st and 10 Dallas. Knocking on the door. They'll go all in here. Throw some dice. Maybe take a shot. Far side on an out route. Complete to Schultz. He gets out of bounds. Clock stops 34 seconds. 2nd down and 3. They got a timeout up 12. Yeah, they're going to try to punch it in if they can and score a touchdown again rather than have to settle for 3. They missed 2 extra points. But 2nd and 4 here. Empty set. Yeah, Dak's played well when Brady hasn't. Prescott. Far side, rolls out, pump fakes, comes back in the end zone, caught, touchdown Cowboys. Dalton Schultz again. And I'd go for 2. You're up 18-0. I'd go for 2. Make it 20-0. I mean, Tampa won 19-3 earlier this year. And if you don't get the 2, let alone, you miss another extra point, you're still at 18 and you're still up 2.5, 3 scores. They'll kick the extra point. 27 seconds to play in the half. You going to miss again? Yes. But he knuckleballed it far side to the left rather than shanking it wide right like he did on the first 2 times. So it's 18-0, even though the Cowboys have scored 3 touchdowns. They've left 3 points off the board. So how big of a difference, how big of a factor is those 3 points going to be later on if Tampa can come back and make this a ball game in the second half, which they got 2 timeouts, 27 seconds here to potentially get in field goal range if they get a decent return. Or just in general flat out want to do anything if they don't take a knee before half. But then the Bucs are going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Yeah, you don't want to do anything stupid before halftime, but you have Tom Brady, your quarterback, even though you don't have anything really going for you right now other than getting the ball back to begin the second half. You're down 18. I'd still probably want to try to do something with 27 seconds and 2 timeouts. With him as your quarterback, with that amount of time and those timeouts, that's an eternity if you can get the hell out of bounds, I might add as well. just get field goal range, get some points, show some signs of life before halftime, and then score early third quarter on that opening second half drive. They're going to get the ball back on, cut the lead again. You're down potentially, at a max one score. But that's, coulda, woulda, shoulda, if, a big if at that, because you might still be down 18 mid third quarter for all we know. Yeah, 18-0 Cowboys. Myself included to an extent. And I would think a lot of other people, other than the Dallas Cowboys themselves and Cowboy fans, that, a lot of people, even though the Bucs, really aren't that good, the Cowboys really haven't been playing that good either, as mentioned earlier. I mean, the way they're doing it, this Buck defense needs to step up for one. They need to stop, which they haven't been able to get. So then special teams factor now. You need a big return. You need a big play. You just need a spark once again to get going. But they need a big play offensively as well. But yeah, I would think, this is a surprise to a lot of people, for sure. And yeah, you can say, well, this Cowboy team's different than all the other Cowboy teams, that have also lost in the playoffs over the past 30 years. But just as a franchise in general, they're going to fucking choke. It's just a matter of when. It might not be right now, it might not be tonight with the way the game's played out. But then, potentially next week, let alone the week after, for all we know. We'll see. But a touchback on the kick and be 1st and 10 Cowboys. Make that Bucks, after the Cowboys just scored again. Yeah, 3 missed extra points. Good snaps, good holds. He's just hooking them wide right, tried changing up, it looked like, and then knuckleballed it to the left, and they're all no good. So 18-0 rather than 21-0, let alone 19 or 20-0 if he missed 1 or 2 or, all 3 of them as he did. It's 18-0. Or made them, for that matter. 18-0. They'll run a couple plays here. 1st and 10 on the 25. Brady looking to throw. Comes back Rashard White. Gets to the 33. Timeout. You got 18 seconds. Timeout. So it winds, but they'll reset the clock here. Brady has only been shut out once before in the first half of a playoff game. Oh, shit. And that was the fucking tuck roll game, too. First time being shut out in the first half of a playoff game since Brady's first playoff game in the snow against the Raiders back in 2001 when, of course, they ended up beating the Raiders. Wonder what Charles Woodson thinks of that still. Home Brady. But, from Michigan to the NFL to the Hall of Fame and still playing at 46 in his 23rd year. That pass incomplete, 3rd and 2. So they got the timeout on. They have 1 left here. But yeah, that was a tuck roll game when Brady and the Pats were shut out in the first half. First time since then, Brady's been shut out in the first half of a playoff game, which is absolutely absurd. So maybe Father Time is finally catching up to him. Remember, he did retire at the end of last year, but then came back. That pass caught to midfield, Kate Otten, timeout, 5 seconds. You got 1 play to heave it. I mean, you might have 1 play to hit a, 10, 12, 15-yard out route if you're fast enough, if you're lucky enough, for that matter, and then kick it. But here comes a heave and a Hail Mary to end the half. But they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, good first half for the Cowboys, bad first half for the Bucs. They do call their 3rd and final timeout. 6 seconds, 1st and 10. Of course, Dallas back playing prevent, but Dallas can call their 3rd and final timeout, make sure they're set. Yeah. But, yeah, that's a little shocking. that they don't have any points to show for, let alone Dallas is able to score the way they've scored, making it look easy. Yeah, because remember, he retired and then unretired. Came back, has since gotten divorced. He might be back in Tampa next year, might be elsewhere, let alone as that pass is incomplete. 2nd and 10, 4 seconds. So you definitely got to heave it now. They're going to go the out route and then maybe heave it then, maybe kick it, but that pass incomplete. So definitely got one play now, 4 seconds. Because the average length of the play is about 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds. Unless, of course, you buy time and it's, maxed out then. Brady going to avoid a sack and then it's incomplete. All right. Yeah. Halftime, 18-0 Cowboys. The only bad thing, other than their 2 first opening drive punts, is they missed 3 extra points. The Bucs, they have nothing to show for, even though they'll get the ball back at the beginning of the second half. Man, just yeah, there's a lot of people probably in shock right now with the way they're doing it, because Tampa should have a few points, to say the least. It goes back to that turnover in the red zone. That's when it flipped, because it was only 6-0 at that point, and it was the third drive that the Cowboys had scored on. Remember, both teams punted their first 2 drives, 4 punts, and then the Cowboys scored, missed the extra point. Tampa then drives, was about to score, then they turn it over. That's when this game changed. And then the Cowboys drove and scored, missed another extra point, 12-0. Scored again before halftime, missed another extra point, it's 18-0. So max could be 21-0. But they, honestly should have a couple points on the board. 18-3, 18-6, maybe 7. They tie it up, take a lead. Defense needs stops, which they're not getting. Because Dallas, even since that turnover, they've continued to pile it on and continue to score. So 18-0. Yeah. 18-0, man. Cowboys lead the Bucs. Dak's playing stout. Brady, a couple bad decisions, including the pick. Play calling wise, they probably should have been running the football to begin with. Which, White's running it better than Fournette. See, the thing is, Dallas, they really don't have a running game either. We'll get to the stats here in a minute, but their defense is making stops. I'd hope they'd find a running game in the second half to hold their lead. Right now the Cowboys are the better team. They are. But when the Cowboys lose, America wins. So keep that in mind the second half, including against Tom Brady for that matter. But like I said, maybe Father Time's finally catching up to him. I don't think he's going anywhere, though. Whether that's still in Tampa, back to New England, maybe out west, I think he's playing next year. He wanted to have retired, to unretire, to get divorced in his personal life, to then retire a season later when damn well he's just going to continue to play football. He probably doesn't know what the hell he's going to do, though, right now. But if I'd have to guess, he's playing next year. But if he isn't, he's going to be in the booth, and he'll be working for Fox. He's already signed on to broadcast. So, they go from winning the Super Bowl to then losing in the division round, to potentially losing the wild card round, though. What's left for him to do in Tampa? And I've stated, going back to when Todd Bowles was in New York with the Jets, he's a good assistant, but he's not a head coach. He's not. Whether Bruce Arians, as much as I like him, thinks so or not, he's an assistant coach, okay? Brady, with Bowles in his first year as a head coach this year in Tampa, they go 8-9, and it's Brady's first losing season ever. Okay? Yeah, he's not playing good. Offensive line's been banged up. Running game at times. It's their defense, though. And Todd Bowles is a former defense coordinator. Okay? Whether Brady's, in Tampa next year or not, or, Bowles stays for another year, Todd Bowles ain't going to be around much longer in Tampa Bay as the head coach if this keeps up. Okay? He's not a head coach. He's a good assistant. And there's coaches out there that are better assistant coaches than there are head coaches. And you know who they are. Okay? We're not going to give them names by any means. The coaching carousel is currently spinning. We have 5 openings with the Panthers, the Colts, the Broncos, along with the Texans and Cardinals. We'll see if anything else opens up as stated last weekend, depending on what else happens in the playoffs. But I would have to think, from now until the middle of next week, let alone the conference championship weekend, Super Bowl weekend at the latest, we should know who's filled those gigs and whose jobs those are now going to be. But, man, this first half, not going good for Tampa Bay whatsoever. And like I said, it flipped script. It changed when they turned it over in the red zone. That's when it changed. Even though, 2 punts, and then the Dallas first touchdown, missed extra point. That next drive was when Tampa turned it over. That's when the game changed, because then the Cowboys drove 80 yards and scored again. Missed another extra point, but they scored again. Extended their lead 12-0. Tampa still hasn't done shit since then, okay, other than punt it or turn the ball over again for that matter. Whereas Dallas just scored again before halftime. Missed another extra point, 18-0, could be 21-0. Really should be, 18-21-7. You think about it. Maybe 10 for Tampa at a max. They should have a couple points, but they don't have anything at all. So close yet so far away. Okay? The only good thing going for Tampa, as mentioned once again, is they're getting the ball back at the beginning of this third quarter. The beginning of the second half. They got to score and get some points on this drive. They got to do something. Just can't, do nothing and act as if, something's going to change. Because you're already in a hole. You're down 18-0. And, man, are we going to potentially see the end of Tom Brady tonight, for that matter? If he does end up retiring again. Or do we see him, for the final time with the Bucs? Does he go back to New England? Does he potentially go out to San Francisco, let alone Vegas, and suit up for the Niners or the Silver and Black Raiders? Does he go to Miami? Doesn't seem like the Dolphins are going to make any changes, and rightfully so, other than maybe, look into better clock management into the future. Give yourself some more time. But this is a little bit of a surprise in this first half, to say the least. I think it's more surprising, not that the Cowboys are on top, because they are the favorites on top of the Bucs tonight, but it's how they're doing and how bad Tampa's defense looks. The middle of the field, man, is wide ass open, as we're a couple of weeks away from NASCAR season beginning. How much more wide ass open can you get, whether it's on the track or the gridiron? Cover the middle of the field, for God's sakes. It's been there all night, and Dallas has gone to the tight ends, and they scored a couple of touchdowns through the air and on the ground. Prescott with 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. Dak's accounted for all 18 points. Cooper Rush is playing. Okay, Dallas might still have a lead. Want to be 18-0, I don't think. Might be 0-0 for that matter. Tampa, might have a lead. Of course, this goes back to week 1 when they met. It was a field goal game. And Tampa was lucky to have the field goals then. Like, hell, tonight they can't even get in fucking field goal range after the turnover, let alone before it. So that's what's a difference, there as well from that game to this game, let alone, late in the game. Tampa had the field goals and touchdown by that point anyway. Then Dak got hurt, and then came Cooper Rush. And remember, I even said it myself, a lot of people did as well, that Cowboy season's over. But no, Dak came back. They're in the playoffs now. They're up 18-0 on Brady and the Bucs in the playoffs and the wild card round here tonight. So we'll see what gives, man. We'll see what gives. It's going to be an interesting second half. So if Tampa can get this game into the fourth quarter, they're going to have a chance. It starts up front, though. Get some stats. Brady, 11 of 23, 96 yards. His interception is the difference for a touchdown. So, I mean, rather than him throwing that pick, they have a couple points. You know, they're down one score, but if they don't get anything on that drive, let alone a field goal, you know, they're still down, but it's not 18 because then Dallas doesn't have to. But maybe they still drive and score anyway after that. You know, for all we know, who knows? They might not have. Probably because they did. We'll say that much. You know, so it's a one-score game or it's a 2-touchdown lead rather than a 3-score game and a 3-touchdown lead for the Cowboys right now at 18-0. Difference right now, I might add as well, is the missed 3 extra points by the Cowboys. We'll see how big of a factor that's going to be late if Tampa can come back and, you know, make this a ball game. 11 of 23, 96 yards and a pick for Brady. And then a total of 7 carries for the two backs and 24 yards, which is pathetic. Rashard White, 3 of 14, and Leonard Fournette, 7 of 10 rushing. Chris Godwin, he's sort of disappeared. He has 6 catches for 46 yards receiving. Rashard White, 2 of 19 out of the backfield. Cade Otton has a catch for 19 yards as well, but a couple more targets, could add a couple more big catches, a couple more first downs. Maybe they move the ball, maybe they score. Mike Evans, 2 of 14. They've gone to Brait. They've gone to Keefe. They've gone to Julio Jones and Russell Gage, but nothing. They have the weapons for Brady to get the ball to. They got to get the ball to him. Plain and simple. They got to score if they want to come back and win this game. They're down 18-0. Turnover is the difference for sure. That's when this game changed, it felt like, to say the least. And it's been all Dallas, hell, even beforehand and since then. 18-0 at halftime. Dak Prescott, 15 of 20, $189 and 2 touchdowns. Passing also has a rushing touchdown from yard out. On 4 carries for 20 yards, so roll that up and smoke it. Tony Pollard, 8 of 40, I might add as well. And then Zeke, 6 carries for 6 yards. So, yeah, I've stated recently, like, regardless of what happens this year with the Cowboys, I don't think Zeke's in the Big D next year. I don't. Tony Pollard's played 10 times better than him. And, you know, contract-wise, you can move on. Zeke's not what he was in, you know, college at Ohio State, let alone his first few years in the league. When, you know, they have good offensive line, they're able to run the football. And that's what they're built to do. They're a run-first, pass-second team and play good defense. This Cowboy defense, you got to give them a ton of credit tonight. They're getting to Brady. They're forcing pressure. They forced interception. Just stupid play, though. For one, play call along with the execution, they should have been running it, but they didn't. They turned it over. Dallas already up. They scored again. They've scored once more since 18-0 at halftime to begin the second half. And Dak Prescott and Dalton Schultz right now are the players of the game. Schultz 459 receiving and 2 touchdowns, both by Prescott, of course, and then Dak has the rushing touchdown from yard out, as mentioned. Jake Ferguson has a catch for 34 yards. Gallup, 3 of 32. C.D. Lamb, 2 catches, 24 yards. As we go to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman in the booth, we soldiers on the field. But yeah, it's honestly defensively where this game's being won at right now. Cowboy defense making stops. Buck defense just giving them the middle of the field like it's next to nothing. So Bucks defense needs stops. Brady and the Bucks offense need to make plays. Need to give themselves a chance. They need to get this game to the fourth quarter if they want to win. Unless this game might be over here before too long. Begin the second half, Dallas on the kickoff, and Bucks back deep to receive. As it's time to play the game. And we'll have a return from the 2-yard line. And out past the 20. maybe 26-yard line before they wrap them up. 1st and 10 Tampa from there. T.Y. Hilton, I might add, also has 2 catches for 24 yards as well. But Dallas, way more first downs. Remember, they went for it on 4th and 1, scored. Converted on 3rd down a few times. Just as many as Tampa has, I might add, though. 4 or 7 apiece. I mean, Brady's pass here, complete. Rashard White out past the 30, the 34, about a 2nd and 3 coming up. I mean, Dallas has held the ball for a good 5 more minutes than Tampa has. The refs have let them play only 3 total penalties. So, we'll see what happens here. We will. Something's got to give. We'll see if Brady and the Bucs can come back and make it interesting, or if this Cowboy defense is going to shut them down, and that'll be all she wrote. Over the middle, it's incomplete, 3rd and 4. But it's going to be interesting, to say the least. Because if they can come back and make it interesting, cut this lead, make stops on defense, we got ourselves a ball game. If not, like I said, this game's probably over. But you can't count out Tom Brady is the thing. You can't. Over the middle, it's dropped, incomplete, intended for Godwin. So they don't even have the ball for a minute to begin the second half, and they go 3 and out. They'll punt. Just pathetic. And yeah, Brady he's not playing well. He's not. Maybe a little bit of defensive hold, but right on the money and right through his hands, incomplete. Yeah, that's a penalty. They let that one slide. They almost blocked the punt. And then it'll go out of bounds around the 12-yard line, it looks like. They'll actually mark it out at the 20. So 1st and 10, Dallas from the 20. But they're up 18. Honestly, for them, it's run the football and don't turn the ball over. Nothing stupid. Because if you're going to give them a chance to come back, you're going to lose this game. We'll see here. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, if Tampa can get this game to the 4th quarter, give themselves a chance, they'll have that chance. But if not, the game's probably over. Remember last year when the Bucs lost at home in the playoffs to the Rams, who ended up winning the Super Bowl? I'm not saying the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl by any means. That'd be the worst case scenario for everybody, for that matter. Who dem, we dem boys. But then, snaps or streaks are meant to be snapped. History is going to repeat itself in due time. They're talented. They are. Okay. But remember that game last year. The Rams were up big on the Bucs. And then here comes Tampa in the second half. And then, a little too late. Rams held on to win, and then they won the Super Bowl. But it's not looking good. It's not. For Brady and the Bucs right now. If they can, once again, give themselves a chance, get this game into the 4th quarter, they'll be all right. If not, ball game. And it's sayonara, potentially to Tom Brady as a Buck, potentially to Tom Brady in the NFL. And then, 5 years from now when he's in the Hall of Fame. But
That is very aggressive. I don't think.
yeah, that's where we stand at. It's just going to be interesting to see what happens here. If
That does look like me.
the Buck offense is going to struggle as much as they've struggled already tonight and continue to do so, and if their defense is going to give up big plays and Dallas just, picking them apart and making it look easy. It's the middle of the field. That's what it is. But with a lead, hopefully you can run the football and work clock. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. That's what I said. If Dallas turns the ball over, shoots themselves in the foot, they're going to deserve to lose this game. So they, rather than mark it at the 20, bad spot by the fucking ref. It's a 7-yard differential. Dalton Schultz on the reception to the 40, 1st and 10, Dallas. Yeah, he's having the fucking best game of his career. He's a good tight end. Balled it, caught it, but yeah, they start the drive off at the 14-yard line rather than the 20. Now to the 40, 1st and 10, Cowboys. Prescott going to pump fake, tuck it and run, slide to the 45, be second and medium. But yeah, honestly, they score here, this game's probably over with. It is. I mean, you're up 4 scores, and Brady's still wishing, he's in New England 7 years ago. Second and 5. Yeah, from one speech to the next on this day, I'm wondering to an extent. I have an idea just on what was said at halftime, let alone here on the sideline if this keeps up. Like, hey, basically we got to get our head out of our ass so we're going to fucking play. Like, we got to go out and win this game. We can't go out this way. 3rd and 4. Need to stop here. And Prescott looking to throw over the middle. Caught the 30, CeeDee Lamb. 1st and 10, Dallas, the 28. Wow, just wow. They're making it look easy. This Tampa defense is trash. It is. If their defense makes a few stops, they're not down 18 right now. They might be down a score or two, but they're not down fucking 18. And it's just wait until their defense or their offense gets wrong. But their defense can't make a fucking stop. Prescott looking like Tom Brady out there right now. Prescott going to hand off. Tony Pollard for 2 yards. Late flag comes flying in. Their laundry is be second down. So they'll tack it on. Got a hold on the defense. 5 yards, automatic first down. So rather than 2nd and 8, they have a 1st and 5. First down, Dallas.
They get him on this play right there, 92. See him as he grabs, and you see it a lot.
From the 22, first down. Prescott going to hand off. Pollard again. And he gets a first down inside the 10. Still going. Pushed out by Carl Nassib. We are Penn State again. Around the 5-yard line, but a 1st and goal for Dallas. The road to glory begins. Royal Rumble, but the road to the divisional round right in front of Dallas, let alone the road to the offseason right in front of Tampa. This holds. 1st and goal at the 4. Handoff. And Zeke for about a yard, maybe 2. 2nd and goal. And Cody Rhodes officially has entered the Royal Rumble, and that is when he will return. They have about a third of the competitors announced, along with the undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Championship match. To come as well with Reigns and Owens. Have the pitch black, lights out match with Bray Wyatt, I might add, as well. They're going to announce anything else. Doesn't seem to be the case. Not right now. Maybe not. We'll see. You'll have the 2 Royal Rumble matches, the championship match, that pitch black match. I mean, maybe 1 more, maybe 2 more, but then that'll be it. We'll do some stuff tonight, SmackDown this week, along with TV next week as well with Raw 30. But about an hour or so to go on Raw. 10 minutes and counting to play in this third quarter. And that pass is caught touchdown Cowboys again, as it looked like the defender picked him off, but then completely just ate shit and was nowhere close. Yeah, it looked like he caught it right there, right through his hands. That's why. And then Gallup behind him catches it, touchdown Cowboys. Wow. So 24-0 and extra point, 2-point attempt. I mean, if they kick it and don't get it, okay, you're up 24. That's a, nice even score for football, rather than, the 18 or the 12 that it was, even though those are even numbers as well. You just don't see that in football. They're going to review it. Did he step out and then not reestablish himself? It looks like he's in the whole way. He was able to walk the line there, it looked like, and then he caught it. Both feet in, touchdown. That's close, maybe right there. Because if you're pushed out of bounds, you can come in, come back in. But if you run out on your own, you got to reestablish, and then you can't be the first to touch it, which he was. And then it was a touchdown. So that'll probably come off the board. Probably be incomplete. Still be Cowboy football. But then still 18-0 rather than the 24. And then what are they doing? Extra point going for 2. Next, the thing is, they have to find indisputable evidence of return. Do they have that? They might. They might not. That's close. It did look like he stepped out. He's got to reestablish. Can't be the first to touch it. He was. He caught it. Touchdown. But I think that gets overturned. I don't think that's a touchdown. We'll see what the call is, though, when we return. The thing is, the call on the field is a touchdown, so they have to find indisputable evidence to return it. So we'll see what the Zebras say. And like I said, yeah, you got a lot of referees, that aren't working the 16 total games every week. You got 6 games, so all those other refs are still going to be involved. They'll just be, whether that's on the sideline or up in the box, they'll still be in the game, but might not be as the white capper, line judge, or field judge, or on the sideline. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. But I think that'll get overturned. I do.
For the military community and their families.
What's up, Einstein?
Network has gone kaput.
You tried to save a buck on it.
I got what I paid for. Not so smart.
Ah, you're still a genius, but there's a smarter way to say it.
And I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised one bit if, in fact, the old man's back in charge. But like I've said recently, Raw, it really hasn't been that great. It hasn't. It's been very subpar, average at best. SmackDown's been better. But like I said, that's what I think the biggest fear is with a potential sale is who they think is going to be in charge of creative, or who they know is in charge of creative. Even though Triple H has clarified that he is still firmly in charge of WWE creative. It's just a stupid ass shit that, makes you think. When he, might have had some, say from last summer until now anyway. It's a touchdown, they say. It stands. Touchdown Cowboys. Oh, that's why it was a touchdown. Off the deflection, he caught it because it went through his hands. So that's why it stands, rather than rather than as Maher will attempt another extra point. He's already missed 3 tonight. This one up and no good again. Hit at the top of the upright. No good. 0 for 4 on extra points tonight. It's 24-0 when it should be 28-0 Cowboys. They're just lucky Tampa hasn't done shit, unless those missed 4 extra points might be a difference right now. And they, I don't know if it's just the kicking tonight. He's missing them. There's no wind, but like if this keeps up, they're going to be in trouble. Yeah, exactly. This is not the time to be missing fucking chip shot extra points, chip shot field goals come playoff time. You got to rely on special teams, but that's pathetic. Where's Mike Vanderjack at when you need him? Let alone Greg Zuerlein. Or, what's his name? Who they also cut a couple years ago. And, yeah, Brett Maher 0 for 4 in extra points tonight. 24-0 though Cowboys. Bucks ball on the return here. Out past the 15 to about the 20 again. The 1st and 10. 10 minutes to play in the third. But as they show up the schedule for next week, we'll get to a recap from Wild Card Weekend and a preview divisional round shortly, so stay tuned. I mean, if you know, you know. But, no, they said touchdown on that review, even though he did run out on his own, didn't technically reestablish himself, can't be the first to touch it, which he was. The defender touched it before he did, so he would have been the second to touch it, which he caught it then, and it's a touchdown. Oh, shit. And Uncle Howdy coming out through the crowd. As, of course, they've been teasing Alexa Bliss to rejoin Bray Wyatt. But in the meantime, about a yard, 2nd and 9 for Tampa here, under 10 to play in the third quarter. They got 3 timeouts the rest of the way, got 2-minute warning, but they're down 24-0. And like I said, is this the end of Tom Brady in Tampa? Is this the end of Tom Brady overall? Yeah, that pass intended for Evans just it doesn't have it anymore. That's what it looks like. He doesn't. He's not playing good tonight. Yeah, I guess it's just one game, but he's been doing it for this long. I mean, you got to feel bad for him. You do. You don't want to go out this way. If he does go out this way, if he does retire, I don't think he's done though. Whether he's in Tampa next year, back in New England, San Francisco, Vegas, he's going to be playing. Trouble with the snap, but over the middle caught Godwin, and then he fumbled late. Tampa almost recovers it. Dallas does return inside the 30, 25 to the 20, and then they bring them down. The question is it a catch and a fumble or an incomplete pass? Regardless, it's going to be Dallas football because that was 3rd and 9. It's just going to depend on the field position. Got a flag on the play on the return. It looked like a catch and a fumble, and he, was down right there at the marker. Thing is, too, ground can't cause a fumble, so we'll have to see a replay here on if he was down. Then the ball popped out. Because Tampa, depending on the rolling here, might want to throw that red challenge flag. I mean, at this point, what do you got to fucking lose? You're down 24-0. Here's a replay. Yeah, trouble with the snap for one. And then over the middle, it was caught, it looked like, by Godwin. Caught 1, 2. He's down. He's down. Then that ball came out. That's Tampa football 1st and 10. Catching a fumble recovered by Dallas. Then a personal foul, Mr. Roughness, on the Bucks. Half the distance. It'll be 1st and 10. Cowboys in the meantime. Inside the 20. About the 11-yard line. But if I'm Tampa, I'm challenging this because you're going to win it because he was down. Then the ball came out. That's Tampa football 1st and 10. And if it's not 1st and 10, it's 4th and inches. And then if you challenge, you want to go for it then at that point. You still want to punt. Rolling on the field is a fumble. Okay, official review, they're not even challenging. They're going to look at it to begin with. Yep, that's a first down for Tampa. That's a catch and down by contact. No fumble. They'll still tack the penalty on afterwards. It'll be half the distance. So, well, it'll be 15 yards. It'll be a 1st and 10. That was caught around the 40. So, be 1st and 10 Tampa about the 25-yard line, I'd have to guess. That is if they keep the football. And it's 1st and 10 Bucks. If it's a fumble, Cowboys recover, then the penalties half the distance. Cowboys got a 1st and 10, 1st and goal around the 10, 11-yard line. And then they're already up 24 here midway through the third quarter. Score again, field goal, touchdown, game's over at that point. It is. But yeah, 24-0 here. Previous plays under further review. It was a catch and a fumble on the field. They have to find this bit of evidence to return it. He caught it. He was down, though, by contact. Ground can't cause a fumble. So it should be Bucks football, 1st and 10 about the 40-yard line. And then they'll enforce the penalty 15 yards from there. So 1st and 10 Bucks at the 25-yard line at that point. We'll see what they say, though.
This is your chance.
Think about the best night's sleep you've ever had. At Tempur-Pedic, we're dedicated to helping you sleep like that every night, so you get the deep, comfortable, undisturbed rest you deserve. Experience the mattress ranked #1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power 4 years in a row.
So they overturn it. It's 1st and 10 Tampa. 40-yard line, then the 15-yard penalty back to the, 15-yard line. So it must have been the 30-yard line. Yeah, 15-yard line, 15-yard penalty. Okay. It's 10 yards off. Because I thought it was the 40-yard line, not the 30, but then if you do the math, it's still 15 yards, and yeah. So 1st and 10 Tampa at the 15. They get a couple yards there. 2nd and 3, give or take. 2nd and 2, they say at the 23. Screen. Complete to Fournette. Lowers the shoulder to the 29. He goes. 1st down, Tampa. Honestly, they got to score on every drive from this point forward if they want to win this game. They do. Touchdowns, not field goals either. And then we'll see how big of a difference, how big of a factor those 4 missed extra points are by the Cowboys. Brady all day to throw, just throws in the ground incomplete. 2nd down and 10, 8:28 to play in the third. Yeah, for sure. And this is off as we've seen Brady in forever, too. Probably since he was a fucking rookie. 2nd and 10 from the 29. Over the middle. Almost picked off. Incomplete. Intended for... replay. Yeah, Brait, yeah. Yep. Just lob it over the backer, which he knows better. And just completely underthrow him. He doesn't have that zip tonight. 3rd and 10. Brady. Gonna step up down the middle again. Incomplete. 10 for Mike Evans. If he would have waited, he had Evans wide open far side. Incomplete 4th down, and they'll punt again. Yeah, the interception. Everything else has been shit. Yeah, for sure. And you got to give credit to the Cowboy defense and, this Buck offense and this Buck defense as well. Just they're playing like Pee Wee football. This is pathetic. Like, that'd be something if they don't score tonight and Brady doesn't retire in his final game. They had one potential touchdown. He threw an interception. Muffed the punt, but they recover it. 1st and 10 Dallas. But then nothing else to show for it. And a big goose egg on the scoreboard. And then, if he'd want to play, not in Tampa, somebody would, sign him for next year and years beyond. I mean, really, okay, 2-3 year deal. He's really on 1 year deals from this point forward if he plays next year, which I think he will, but I don't know now. It depends on one if he wants to. Like I said, 10's on if somebody want him, which damn well somebody would. But what Tom Brady going to get? You going to get the Tom Brady of old, or are you going to get the Tom Brady that we're seeing right now, in this game tonight? Because he's playing like he's never played football before. He doesn't have it tonight. You got to have that it factor, which he has, but not tonight. He doesn't. He doesn't have that zip. He's completely underthrown or overthrown receivers. They don't have a running game to help him out. But what's new? They really haven't had a running game for him in 3 years in Tampa Bay, for that matter. But man, this is tough to watch. It is. You hate to see it happen this way to him. But then at times, yeah, it's better off put you out to pasture and just like Georgia did to TCU last week, take you out behind the fucking woodshed. Because that's not necessarily what Dallas is doing to Tampa and Brady right now by any means, but because they're lucky to have the 24 points they have at times. I mean, they've scored 4 touchdowns though. The difference though is 4 missed extra points, and that could still come back to haunt them. I'm not counting that out until I know officially it's not going to hurt them, because you just can't count out Tom Brady, man. You can't. But with the way they played tonight, offensively and defensively, how they can't even get fucking field goal range for their kicker. They could have had a field goal, but then they turned it over in the red zone. Nothing to show for, man. Nothing to show for at all. So it'd be 1st and 10 Cowboys, up 24-0 here, mid-third quarter. As he hates football. Burning it down, but 1st and 10 from the 22. Zeke on the give up the middle, and he gets 5 yards, it looks like. 2nd and medium here. Second and 6, the 26, handoff Zeke again, and he'll get a 1st down to the 35. 1st and 10 Cowboys. About 7-11, even though Sheets is better to play in this 3rd quarter. There you go. 1st and 10 Cowboys. I'd keep it simple. Exactly. I'd keep running the football. Work clock. I mean, hold your lead, extend your lead. Advance to the divisional round. Zeke on the toss to the 38 for 3, maybe 4. 2nd down. Yeah, like I said, Tampa's got to score now on every fucking drive if they want to win this game. Which, what makes you think they're going to do that? They haven't done shit all night. This is absolutely pathetic, is what it is. You know. But I might add, this is around the time Saturday night the Jaguars started to come back and then beat the Chargers at home, mid-third quarter, down 27-0, and then made it interesting. It was turnovers early. Tonight for Tampa, it's, next to nothing. Honestly, who would have thought the Jags would be the lone team? Let alone the Dolphins if they would have won yesterday as well. From the Sunshine State of Florida to win in the playoffs this weekend. Third and a yard for the Cowboys from the 43. They need a stop. Will they get it? It's another story. Fake the give. Caught, first down. Dalton Schultz again in the midfield. Man. Yeah, if they go down 31-0 here, fourth quarter, game's over. They'd need another quarter to win the game, which that would have started then at halftime. Like, there's no chance they can tie this to force overtime to win it. Largest comebacks in NFL history, let alone playoff history, are right there in the mid-30s. Okay, so it's doable. But time's just not going to be on their side. And when they haven't shown they can do anything to begin with, once again, what makes you think they're going to do anything then? 3 yards, 2nd and 7. Yep, next Sunday night. And then if the Cowboys win this, beat the 49ers, and then the Eagles win, or if the 49ers beat the Cowboys and the Eagles win, that's championship games in Philly. If the Giants upset the Eagles, whoever would win this, or let alone the 49ers game then next week, they'd then host the NFC Championship game. As they already are moving on to the 49ers, like as if the Cowboys have won this game. They've won 11 straight. And that's why I said the 49ers are one team to watch out for. Down to third-string quarterback, and they're still fucking winning. It's because of their defense. So it is. But 3rd and 5 for Dallas from the 48. And like I said, the AFC Championship game, if it's Buffalo and Kansas City, it's going to be played neutral site. If it's anybody but those two, it'll be played elsewhere at the home site of the team. That pass incomplete. Dallas going to punt with 3 minutes to play in the third. So Brady and the Bucs can get the ball back here. They got to score, and they got to score again, make it a third time, and that field goal that they could have, let alone a touchdown they should have already, or the 4 missed extra points by the Cowboys. They need 3 touchdowns and a field goal to tie. They need 4 touchdowns to win. But then 4 touchdowns to tie if Dallas would have those 4 missed extra points, but they don't. It's 24-0. Cowboys punt. It'll be down at the 5. So 3:09 to play. Got a ways to go. 96 yards to be exact. They got to score again, score third time, field goal to tie, touchdown to win. Got 18 minutes and 9 seconds to play. Cowboys lead it 24-0 on top of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As I'm liking this Raw is XXX logo, and the Raw is XXX Raw is war, if you will. They promote next week. Got a steel cage match. Got a bloodline acknowledgement ceremony, along with a tag team championship match. Of course, it's also going to be the go home for the Royal Rumble. But the intro next week, WWE Legends, I might add as well. Got DX, Damn, the Nature Boy, the Undertaker. Oh, it's true, it's damn true. The Bella Twins are going to be there as well. Teddy Long's probably going to make sure somebody goes one-on-one with the Undertaker. And then the United States Championship match, Austin Theory against whoever wins this upcoming main event on Raw right now. Six-way elimination match, which the winner is going to be Seth freaking Rollins here as he makes his entrance. Also in this match, you'll have... I wouldn't be surprised if Finn Balor would win it. He's in it, Corbin's in it, Lashley, and then Miz and Ziggler. But Rollins should win. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. Yeah, so they promote Raw for next week. That's a, short list of legends, in quotes, if you will. They're going to save the surprises. Give me a hell yeah, and maybe a rock bottom or two if they're going to have an acknowledgement ceremony. And then having already announced Cody Rhodes' return for the Royal Rumble, Raw next week's going to be good, hopefully. And as mentioned, keep an eye out for videos. Be sure to subscribe to stay up to date. But 3:09 to play in this third quarter. Bucks ball, 1st and 10 at the 4. Down 24-0. Cowboys on top, 24-zip. Officially spot them down at the 5. 1st and 10, Bucks from there. 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. Handoff for Rashard White. So they're going to try to stick to this run game for what it's worth. But like I said, they got to score 3 times to get a field goal, let alone to tie. 4 touchdowns to win. And make sure their defense in the meantime, doesn't give up anything as the big dog readjusts. And he's been sleeping, as I'm sure a lot of people have, through this game. Surprised I haven't fell asleep myself. But it's potentially Tom Brady's final game in the NFL for that matter. So we'll see what happens here. But an injury, but yeah, 2nd down for Tampa. As Rollins and Balor, now here comes the Miz. Who's next? And then after that, 6-way elimination match. Rollins, Balor, Miz, Ziggler. Corbin will probably be next because then they'll set up for Lashley's entrance. Do the old school pyro with the streamers that hopefully next week looks for Raw, Raw 30. I like the, Raw's War logo. They did the Raw's Triple X for the 30 and then the numerals for next week's show. But then the match promo, those videos, that lead up is they hit the nail on the head. I thought with that too. It's pretty sick. But we'll see what happens with the WWE. 3rd and 7. I'll leave it at that. 8 dump off. Go forward. They do. They get the first down at the 20. It looks like he was going to dance around like Deontay Johnson and go backwards and not get a first down, but he does get the first down, drives his life. But like I said, they got to score 3 times to get a field goal, a tie. They got to score 4 times to take a lead, and then those 4 missed extra points come back to bite the Cowboys. So I'm not going to leave those off the hook just yet until I know for sure that, game's over. Brady down the middle, caught Godwin at the 34. First down, Tampa. You'd want to score here before the end of the quarter if you could. 2 minutes to play here in this third quarter. No, because it's Tom Brady. You can't count his ass out. Especially a comeback win in a playoff game like this, down as much as they've been down all game. Everybody's going to watch this until the end. Over the middle, Russell Gage, 8 yards, 2nd and short. We'll stay on as well. We still got to recap and preview I might add, and see how the hell Monday Night Raw ends, and see who Austin Theory's defending his United States Championship again next week. What? So they advertised 4 things: cage match, a tag team title match, United States Championship match as well, and then also the acknowledgement ceremony for the Bloodline. Which maybe that's when Sami Zayn turns, not at the Royal Rumble. He's going to turn beforehand. And then that'll lead into SmackDown, and then Owens still challenging Reigns for the title at the Rumble. And then, of course, The Rock returning at some point in time, too. Whether that's next week on Raw, at the Royal Rumble, or at the Chamber, it's going to be soon if that's the route they're going to take. And I mean, it's been the direction they've been leaning towards for a good 3 years now. So, you know, other than basically as they fade to black and go to commercial real quick as the match starts. Got another injured player, so player's starting to cramp, it feels like, in the second half. You know, with a conflict, you know, one way or another, that's the route they're going to take. So, 2nd and 7 here for Tampa as we near the end of the third quarter. 46 seconds to play in the third.
Lawrence Armstrong is getting assistance, getting off the field. He's had a nice year, 8.5 sacks, couple of fumble recoveries. They're good up front. Maybe Parsons coming off the edge, playing linebacker all over the place, good at safety. Trayvon Diggs in one corner and still looking for.
So from the 48-yard line, clock's winding. Clock's winding. I don't know if they know it. Or if they do, they don't care. 2nd and 7. Brady gets a snap. And it'll be almost picked off at the first down marker, incomplete, intended for Godwin again. It's 3rd down and 7. 30 seconds to play in the third. Still 24-0. You know, the difference right now is the interception. You think about it. If they'd score here. Because if they don't have that pick, they have at least 3 points, maybe a touchdown. They're down, then, you know, 17-7. Evans over the middle, caught, first down, Bucks. Get the hell off me, pushes them forward, gets a few more yards and a first down. Out of bounds as well, so the clock's going to stop for the time being. 22 seconds to play in the third. Simple crosser over the middle, wide open. Hits them on the money, and Tampa Bay Buccaneer first down. But that's the difference right now. It is. 10 seconds. Snap it before the end of the quarter. 1st and 10 to the 30. And they will. Brady. Pump fakes, goes deep. In the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Julio Jones. And at the end of the third quarter, the Bucs score. They're going to go for 2. Because then if you'd score again, get the 2 here, go for 2 again, score a third time, go for 2, you tie it at 24. You're not going to have to score 3 times and then kick a field goal. It's basic math. And then there's already been kicking issues with extra points tonight, just of course by the Cowboys. That's a touchdown. Yep. 30-yard touchdown from Brady to Jones. Dallas couldn't keep up with them. But now they're going to go for 2 from the 2. The thing is, you don't get it. You're putting more pressure on yourself, but maybe this is when the game's going to change. Score at the end of the third quarter, fake the toss, come back over the middle, Brady in the back of the end zone, incomplete, intended for Godwin. And they wanted a flag for a defensive hold, but not going to get it. So incomplete at the end of the third quarter. Now it's 24-6. That interception's crucial right now. It is. That's a big fucking play. Because if they'd score on that, field goal, touchdown, score again there, they're down 10, maybe 12, 14 points at a max. Not 18 as they are. But it wouldn't be 18 because then Dallas, unless they would have still drove and scored, okay, it is, but then not because, you know, they don't have the capitalization off the turnover. Maybe they still drive and score, but who knows? Maybe they don't. We'll say they will, but not in this situation. It would be, you know, 17-6, 17-7. You know, I doubt they would have went for 2 there if that was the situation. But 24-6 now at the end of the third. Brady officially as Dak Prescott is going to get the ball back here. It'll be Cowboys football, 1st and 10. It just shows you how big those 4 missed extra points are going to come to be here if they make this interesting now in the fourth quarter. We've got 15 minutes to play for Tom Brady and the Bucs season, let alone his Buck career, let alone his NFL career potentially. If he would move on, let alone retire for good. Dak Prescott's 21 of 27, 255 yards passing, 3 passing touchdowns, and then also has a rushing touchdown. He has 5 carries, 25 yards rushing. If I'm Dallas this next drive, I'm running the football with Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. Pollard 12 of 62, and Zeke now 10 of 24. Schultz has 7 catches, 95 yards receiving, and 2 touchdowns. Tom Brady now 22 of 42, 217 yards passing. The interception's big. It is. And then the touchdown just there to Julio Jones. They have no running game, though. Between Leonard Fournette and Rashard White, they have officially 9 carries for 28 yards rushing. Absolutely pathetic. 4 of 17 for White and 5 of 11 for Fournette. And, I mean, they were still trying to run the ball there on that drive. You know, it's pass happy, though. You're down. You're going to be thrown. The defense knows you're going to be thrown, so they're going to bring pressure. So what, screen games, you know, short dump-offs, you know, crossers as they did. Take your shot, which they did as well at the end of the third quarter, and they executed it, and they scored. It's 24-60 in the third. Godwin, 8 of 71. Julio Jones, now 3 catches, 45 yards and the touchdown. Rashard White, 4 of 36, I might add, as well. Evans, 3 of 33. I'd watch out for these tight ends. I mean, Schultz had a big game, but Cade Ott and Cameron Brate co-keefed here late in the fourth quarter for Tom Brady. Let alone, you know, just get your playmakers the ball. Let them work. You know, it's been Brady to Godwin all night. You know, Evans, a couple of big catches. Julio Jones has a touchdown there. Like I said, I'd watch out for these tight ends potentially as they'll kick off. And Dallas will return it from the goal line. This defense needs to stop. And they can't be giving up a big return like that to the 35-yard line by any means, but they do. This defense needs to stop. This defense needs a turnover. Okay? As I said at halftime, Dallas, run the football. Nothing stupid. You turn the ball over, you're going to give them, you know, a chance to come back and beat you. They haven't done it just yet, but we'll see. But this defense needs to stop. They need a turnover. They need to get the ball back quick. They can't let them go on a fucking 8-minute drive here. They're down 24-6 and time made on their side. 14:55 to play. 1st and 10 Cowboys from the 34. Out of the guns. Dak left to right. Trips bottom of your screen. Complete near side. And then Noah Brown gets a first down to midfield. Good block by Dalton Schultz. Might have been a hold, but the thing is, the rest will let him play tonight. They have. And you got to respect that. Well, he slipped and fell, and then he just blocked him. Yeah, that's not a hold. All right. 1st and 10, Dallas. The thing is, they score field goal touchdown here. The game's over. You got to. I mean, if force them to anything, it's got to be a field goal. But then you got to score 3 times, which you just scored once for the first time, and then it goes back to the interception. You know, when you could have had points then, that pick's going to be big here late. And we'll still see how big those missed 4 extra points are by the Cowboys as well, for that matter. 2nd and 6 for Dallas. Minute into the fourth quarter. Defense needs to stop. Defense needs to stop. Yeah. Miscues. Second and 6 handoff. Then he stumbled. No gain in the play. 3rd down. Yeah, his defense needs the hell off the field right now. If I'm Dallas, I mean, do you take a shot? Do you put the dagger into the Bucs here, or do you keep it simple, play it safe, run the ball, get a first down if you're lucky, punt, pin them deep, make them drive? This game's, if they can get off the field here, this game's going to come down to the wire. But if not, time's just going to continue to tick away. Slant over the middle, caught first down, Dallas 35. Yeah, Prescott playing more like Brady tonight than Brady's playing like Brady. Yep. But then moving forward, if the Cowboys do win this game, looking ahead, they got a good take on the 49ers, just as the Bucs would too, if they'd win, come back and win. How much of an egg does, I know they're expensive right now, but does Dallas lay next week? If anything at all, or do they keep it close and, they get paid back for a playoff loss last year? The 49ers are that team to watch out for. We'll see who wins this game. We'll see who wins the other games. We still got to recap and preview, so I'll tell you who's already won this weekend and who I think is going to win next weekend. And then we'll see who's in the Super Bowl a little less than a month away from now. 1st and 10, Zeke. The thing is, they're in field goal range. Down to 23, 2nd down and 8. I'd keep running the ball, work clock, and yeah. You score a touchdown, this game's definitely over. Kick a field goal, they still got a chance. But a slim chance at that. So they'd have to score, a few too many times. They haven't been able to do just that anyway. So 2nd and 9. Yeah. Prescott rolls out, pump fakes, throws it, and then it's incomplete, almost caught with good coverage. Knocked down, incomplete, 3rd down and 9 for Dallas. But yeah, as I mentioned too, the 4 minutes extra points again. They have settled for 3 here. Do they go for it or do they kick it? Then does he miss another kick? It wouldn't be an extra point, it'd be a field goal for 3 points this time around. But 3rd and 9 here. A made field goal in your pocket if he'd make it, but he's missed extra points. And all the extra points have been from 33. So, screen to Pollard near side. They get him closer, down to the 17. So 17 and 10 is 27. Another 7, make it 8, 34, 35 yards. Just right on the outside of the extra points that he's missed 4 times tonight. And now they're not going to kick it. They're going to go for it on 4th and 4. 10:30 and counting to play, and Dallas going to go for it here on 4th and 4. Up 24-6. But they've missed 4 extra points tonight. So, out of the gun, trips now top of your screen. Dak Prescott, far side. Caught wide open. Touchdown Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb. And this game's over. Dak Prescott, as Jerry Jones, going to have a fucking heart attack. Yeah, man, this is a shock of how they're able to beat him like this. That's the surprise. They're making it look easy. This Tampa defense is atrocious. How do you get that wide open on 4th down? And then he made the extra point. 31-6, 10-13 to play. Yeah, this game's over. Cowboys are going to win. Cowboys are going to win on the road in the playoffs for the first time since January 92. They'll go to San Francisco next week. And then what's the future of Tom Brady? Does he return? And if he does return, if he doesn't retire, is it in Tampa with the Buccaneers? Does he go back to New England? I think San Francisco's going to be out of the question. It's going to be another one of those off seasons we'll see what happens first off with the top quarterbacks, and then we'll, figure everything else out from there. Because seemingly right now they've fixed their quarterback situation. They have. But moving forward, they're going to have to decide on who they think is number one compared to number two, let alone number three. But number three ain't going to be there because he'd be, moved up to first or second string. Because then, if I'm the 49ers, honestly, if they truly believe in Trey Lance, okay, keep him. But if you think you got something in Brock Purdy, who they drafted with the final pick this past year in the draft, Mr. Irrelevant. Not irrelevant now. He's relevant for sure. I mean, he's 6-0 as a starter. They've won 11 straight games. Regardless of who's playing quarterback. They'll probably let Jimmy G go. Let him walk. Good thing they kept him this year. Unless they want to be in the situation they're in. But then he gets hurt. He's still going to come back, it looks like. But will he play? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, Brady could still sign with the Niners, who he grew up idolizing. And then, he plays in front of Brock Purdy. He then gets that experience. Gets to learn. I wouldn't let Jimmy G go. I'd keep him. I'd get rid of Trey Lance. But then you got to bite the bullet that you gave up all the picks to get him. That's why I said they got to decide on what they want to do there. Which they'd let Jimmy G go, and then they'd have two young quarterbacks for next to nothing money-wise. They put that money elsewhere. Defense is already stout as it is. They got weapons to throw to. They're only going to get better. Okay? So Brady could be a Niner next year, but I highly doubt it. I want to be shocked, but I highly doubt it. Because Brock Purdy is going to be the starter if it ain't Trey Lance and vice versa. Which I've liked what I've seen. I think everybody has, more so not out of what they've seen out of Brock Purdy compared to Trey Lance. Jimmy G going to be who knows where. Maybe in Vegas if Brady retires or Brady doesn't go there. He stays in Tampa, goes back to New England because then Mac Jones gets the shaft. Bill O'Brien potentially to become the Patriots offense coordinator. Once again, I might add. But, the Cowboys are starting to celebrate. They're going to win this game. We'll see what the final score is. But now we've got a 1st and 10 for Brady and the Bucs. Down 31-6 with 10 minutes and 7 seconds to play from the 16-yard line. Brady over the middle caught. Chris Godwin to the 23. 2nd down. But that's the thing. I don't think Tom Brady is done playing. I don't. Especially after a loss like this now tonight. He's not going to want to go out this way. Regardless if Fox is waiting on him, to come broadcast for him, and he's got money waiting for him there. Which, who knows how he's going to be as a broadcaster to begin with. Okay? That's the other thing. But this season, after retiring, personal life issues as well, why would he retire, go through all that just to retire again? Makes absolutely no sense. None whatsoever. So he retired, unretires, gets divorced, comes back, has a losing season. They win the division, but a losing season, but they're going to lose in the playoffs. And that's the thing. Brady's pass there complete to Godwin again. 1st down Bucs, under 10 to play. But, they're down 31-6. If they were down 21-6, should be 35-6 there right now. I mean, it's a little worse than you think it is because they missed the 4 extra points. They're truly down 4 scores. If it's 21-6, they score on this drive, it gets a hell of a lot more interesting than it is with under 10 to play. Because then they need to stop defensively, need to get the ball back and score again to tie it up, maybe win it that way. But not the way this has shaken out. Because the turnover was when it started, even though the Cowboys already scored. And then scored again, and then have kept scoring since. Brady's pass complete to Evans' far side. 1st down, Tampa. But that's the other thing too, is he probably does know, but he probably doesn't know. But that's what I'm saying. Why would he retire, unretire, go through all that shit personally, and then have his worst season ever to then retire again? Like, you just think he'd want to keep playing, which I think he will keep playing. It's just a matter of fact, where? Tampa, back to New England. It's not going to be Miami. I don't think it's going to be San Francisco. Tennessee's a team to watch out for, though. Connection with Mike Vrabel, and the Titans need a quarterback, okay? But the Raiders are going to be linked to him because of Josh McDaniels. For the first time tonight at halftime, Tom Brady trailed at half since his first ever playoff game, which was the tuck roll game in the snow against the Silver and Black. He almost went to the Raiders in 2020 when he signed with the Bucks. Catch after the challenge, first down Tampa. They keep the challenge, they keep the timeouts, calls reverse, they return it. 8:36 to play. Tampa 1st and 10, down 31-6 here. I think we've all enjoyed watching them play. We have. The Raiders are moving on from Derek Carr. They've already made that known. Wish him well. Sort of got the shaft, but the thing is with Josh McDaniels, not a good head coach, better coordinator again. Stated that numerous times in the past. The Raiders were fucking in the playoffs last year after they were forced to get rid of Gruden. Should have promoted Rich Bisaccia, who's in Green Bay as a special teams coordinator. But no, let's hire Josh McDaniels, have a shitty season, even though they were in it there towards the end, miss out on the playoffs. But now you got to go, you're going to have a chance to go get Tom Brady. So why not? Now, if they don't get Brady, that's what the Jimmy G situation comes into play, because he's probably not going to be in San Francisco. And then he has history with Josh McDaniels in New England as well, because, of course, Jimmy G, Garoppolo backed up Brady in New England. Go back to Deflategate and all that. And then, we're still wondering, who that fucking guy is. Like, you're keeping that motherfucker. Because remember, Jimmy G was traded by New England to San Francisco, has been there since 17 at the deadline. Brady grew up watching and loving the 49ers. I mean, you don't always get to play for your favorite team. You make your own route. He's a Patriot and a Buccaneer, and he's won 7 Super Bowls. He's not going to be in the Super Bowl, though, this year, and people are going to love that. But then you're going to have the Cowboys advance, winning the playoffs on the road for the first time in 30 years. 1st and goal, the 2. They throw a fade, incomplete, and 10 for Jones. Incomplete, 2nd and goal. But I'm going to try to get him a passing touchdown here again. He's a yard away from 300 yards. So 2 3-yard passing touchdown would surpass that. That interception's big. They have that touchdown, have a touchdown there, touchdown here. They'd still be down 10 if Dallas does everything they did. 7 minutes to play. Still interesting then late, but I go back to that turnover. That's when this game changed. And then offensively, they still didn't do shit anyway. Brady, empty set, looking to throw on 2nd goal in the end zone. Incomplete, almost picked off by Van Der Esch. Intended for Julio Jones, incomplete. 3rd and goal from the 2. But overall, long story short, with all that being said, I think Brady's going to play next year. I do. Now, if he retires, he retires. And then he's in Canton in 5 years, and he's working for Fox next year. Feel bad for Greg Olsen at that point, because, he's underrated. This commentary from Monday Night Football, Joe Buck Troikman, of course, used to work for Fox. They're the best broadcasting team in the NFL. Followed by Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, and then the Fox crew now, Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olsen, followed by, my opinion, then Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, who I can't fucking stand. Of course, former Cowboy quarterback, had trouble with the snap, and they lost to the Seahawks then. Brady goes down the sack, 4th and goal. They'll go for it here because they have to. But here's your ball game. Here's your season. Here's your potential career for Tom Brady. Potentially, we'll see. Coup de grace into a stomp as Brady's pass is incomplete. Seth Rollins wins. It'll be Austin Theory, Seth Rollins next week. But a turnover on downs. And, yeah, defense wins the championships. But that's the thing, yeah, Brady's not going to advance. People will love that, but then people are going to hate that the Cowboys won. They advance. Like, you got to give their defense credit. You do. Yeah, pass incomplete. Even if he was down, it'd still be turnover on downs. But, yeah. What's the future hope for Tom Brady is the question. That's the big thing now. I don't think he's done. I don't. But like I said, if he retires, he retires. And then, rides off into the sunset. Arguably in his worst game ever. Not stat-wise, but just as a team offensively. Because then their defense was trash tonight. But if I'm Brady and I'm not staying in Tampa and I'm not going back to New England, I'm going to Vegas and I'm going to go play for the Raiders. I am. And then, maybe it's a 1-year thing. Maybe it's 2. Maybe it's another 3-year situation, as he is in right now with Tampa Bay. But like I said, honestly, it's 1-year deals from here on out. He's 46. He's been in the league 23 years. He's broken every fucking record. What else does he have to show? Well, you don't want to, for your reputation, want to go out this way by any means. He just early didn't have it. No zip. Offensively they're playing piss poor defense. Gave up basically every play they possibly could. But yeah, if I'm Tom Brady and I'm not back in Tampa or back in New England next year, and it's not the 49ers, I'm going to play for the Raiders. I am. Just win, baby. They'd be that team too, I might add, to go out and sign him just for the hell of it. But then there's still that connection with Josh McDaniels and Tom Brady, and that makes sense. It does. But then, as mentioned, from the AFC East, a division he owned basically every single year when he was with the Patriots, to the NFC South with the Bucs. If he'd go to the Raiders, he's in the AFC West. Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, and Justin Herbert. Broncos looking for a new head coach. Chargers potentially. We'll see what happens there. Andy Reid ain't going anywhere. But then, I would have to think the Broncos bounce back next year. The Chargers, will be there. Chiefs most definitely going to be there. But then the Raiders. I mean, they've come so fucking close. They have. With who they've had coaching and playing for them through the years. After being sort of a dumpster fire up until Derek Carr arrived, which, once again, wish him well because he got the short end of the stick, got the shaft. They're going to move on from him. We'll see where he lands. We'll see what happens with Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, and that's what I said. It all depends this upcoming offseason what happens with the top quarterbacks, and then we'll go from there. But, of course, you'll have the combine, free agency, and the draft, I might add, as Raw comes to a close. And they'll have Raw 30 next Monday and the Royal Rumble a week from Saturday. So be sure to keep an eye out for videos. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, but this game's over. Prescott going to go deep on third down. Pass is going to be incomplete, almost picked off. So fourth down, and yeah, the Cowboys are going to win. They'll go take on the 49ers. We still got to recap and preview next week. We'll save that for for the end here. Now knowing, who's going to win this game, which is going to be the Cowboys. But we had, 6 damn good wild card games this weekend minus this. And then, 4 good matchups on paper next week as well. We'll see what the conference title games look like. We'll see who's playing in the Super Bowl, but it's not going to be the Tom Brady-led Tampa Bay Buccaneers by any means. Good return to midfield, 1st and 10 with 4 for 4 to play. And then, like I said, too, Todd Bowles. If I'm Tampa, I'd be firing his ass. I would. They won't. Maybe they make a switch at coordinator. Byron Leftwich is the OC, could be moving on. We'll see. But the big story now coming out of this game is not, the Cowboys lost in the playoffs again, same old Cowboys. It's their defense put it to Tom Brady, even though he, stat-wise did end up having a good game here. Turnover early led to the run, and they just kept putting it to him. Their offense couldn't get going. But now coming out of this game, the big story is going to be what's the future hold for Tom Brady? Is he going to play next year? And if he does play, where is he going to be at? Because technically he's going to be a free agent. Okay, he could re-sign with Tampa, could sign elsewhere, could just flat out retire and be done with football then, but then he's, going to be working for Fox next year. That pass caught for 9 yards, 2nd and 1. But yeah, if I'm Brady and I'm playing, which I think he will, and it's not Tampa, little in New England, or San Francisco, I'm going to play for the Raiders. I am. Because once again, they're so close. They have a lot of weapons, just like the Bucs have. Their defense ain't half bad either. There's the New England chemistry. And then the just win, baby, mantra for the Raiders, who are still the Raiders, whether they're in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland, or now in Sin City and Vegas. They're still the silver and black Raiders, for God's sakes. And then that'd be something coming full circle for Brady. The Tuck rule sort of, got his career on track after, 6th-round pick, 199 out of Michigan. The Tuck rule against a former teammate of his and Charles Woodson from Michigan, from New England to Oakland in the snow in a blizzard. Tuck rule happened, and then they win all the Super Bowls they won through the years. And then he leaves New England, goes and wins another Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. Why not go play for the Raiders? Why not go play for the Raiders? Like I said, if it's not Tampa, it's not back to New England, it's not San Francisco. I'm looking at the Raiders, the Dolphins situation, of course, head coach and a quarterback duo. Of course, they were, charged with tampering, though, lost 1st-round pick. They're fine where they are. But then, like I said, I think the Titans, out of anybody else, would be that one team to watch out for, because they need a quarterback in them. You talk about Brady and McDaniels having history. Brady threw passing touchdowns to a defensive teammate of his and Mike Vrabel in Super Bowls before, and now Vrabel's been the head coach and still is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. And they need a quarterback in Nashville. Okay? 1st and 10, complete to Evans. Yeah, Brady ain't getting pulled out of here. They'll keep him in the whole way. He'll probably throw a touchdown here for his final pass or something like that. Brady's pass over the middle, incomplete, 10 for Godwin. 3rd and 1. But that's the big question out of tonight now. What's the future hold for Tom Brady? Only time will tell. First and 10. Ball to the right inside the 20-yard line. Brady over the middle, incomplete. Right behind Russell Gage, incomplete. 2nd and 10.
watch this game and the frustration that Tom Brady has felt, and I don't know, you can think one thing going into a game, and then when you get into a game like
The thing is, as I've stated numerous times at the start, you just can't pick against Tom Brady. You can't. But the Cowboy defense went out and showed out and flat out beat them. They did. And Dak Prescott played early, more so like Tom Brady than Tom Brady played like Tom Brady. And then the stats came rolling in late because they're down and they're throwing all the time. And they need to score to, continue to cut the lead. But I go back to the turnovers when this game changed. Even though Dallas had the touchdown already, Tampa could have tied it up, let alone took a lead because of the missed extra point. Remember, 4 missed extra points could have cost the Cowboys this game tonight, but they lucked out, it didn't. So I'll have to get better special teams moving forward. But I'll take a TV timeout here. 2:55 to play. 3rd and 10 for Tampa. Down 31-6 here. But yeah, the turnover, and then that leading to points, and then they scored again, and 18-0 in halftime. Dallas punted a couple times, but honestly, offensively and defensively, the only downfall is missed extra points. They did play a complete game. 31-6 after an 18-0 halftime lead. Yeah, a few drives, had to punt early and then late as well, but you already have your lead, and, that's that, you're going to win. But you got to give credit to this defense. And Brady will do so as well. They were the ones that made the stops. They beat us. We didn't beat them. We shot ourselves in the foot too much. So, yeah, it will be one of those things. Honestly, don't know how to feel about it. Okay, if he retires, he retires. Okay, he's done. But then you'd like to see him continue to play. I never really liked him when he was in New England because I'm a Steeler fan. Okay, you got to respect him though for everything he's done. And now we got an injured player, and they're huddling up, and of course now everybody's probably thinking, oh, they're giving him CPR for what happened a couple weeks ago. As the players are down on knees as they tend to him. Of course, you don't want to see anybody get hurt. Hopefully he's okay. I didn't see what happened, but that's the thing with something like that. Now they're gonna, for fucking, broken finger, broken hand. It's football. When you sign up, you're never gonna get hit. They're gonna act as if everything's serious, and rightfully so to an extent. But those type of injuries to what happened a couple weeks ago, and I'm no doctor by any means, but those are scratches in football. They are. That's shit you can play through. Okay? But when, in the meantime, DeMar Hamlin, 24 years old, makes a clean tackle. It was just awkward on the hit, suffers cardiac arrest, middle of the field, has a heart attack in the middle of the game, and then, they end up postponing and then canceling it. That doesn't need to lead into everything else injury-wise that, okay, well, taking an injury for serious for sure, but nothing as if, well, all right, get up and, go. Like, you're fine. Like, get your bell rung, stinger. Like, yeah, there's a threshold. There's a fine line. You got to toe it. And you, by any means, you don't want to see anybody get hurt once again. I've always said that. And then to see that happen a couple weeks ago, we're recapping the Rose Bowl. And, this hat's now turned into my favorite hat since it's arrived. And rightfully so. We are Penn State and 2023 Rose Bowl champions. First time I've worn it on here. I'll continue to wear it until I don't feel like wearing it. FYI, for anybody who cares. That probably doesn't, but I don't care. We were recapping the Rose Bowl 2 weeks ago. And then, right around 9 o'clock is when the injury happened. And now they bring the card out for him. They'll put him on the stretcher, and it's Russell Gage who's injured. Hopefully he's okay. But it's going to be the speculation. Oh, well, there's an injury. There's the card. You know, the same thing happened to him. Well, you don't know that. No, none of us know that.
There are some
Like, hopefully he's okay, but
members of the watching what's going on at about the 8-yard line here at the end of this wild card game. Nobody is left on the sideline for Tampa Bay.
so they'll be saying, well, just to, you know,
Defense
postpone the rest of the game, cancel it now, and, you know, everything else. And,
pieces called upon.
like, that's the point now with everything that's happened, that people are going to be like, no, just shut the fuck up. You know, let it play out. Like, because you don't know as much as I don't know that they don't know. Like, end of story. Like, it's speculation. It's all hearsay. Until you know facts, there's nothing to it. But hopefully he's okay. As they check in on him. And of course, this isn't a good look for the NFL by any means, to see anybody get hurt for that matter, but to see what happened 2 weeks ago, let alone this, you know, in prime time on Monday Night Football, in back-to-back Monday Night Football games on national TV. Like, they put him on the backboard, they're going to put him on the cart. I didn't see what happened. See, DeMar Hamlin's tackle was a clean tackle. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It was just how he got hit on the tackle. And, you know, has a heart attack, and they give him CPR in the field. And they give him CPR again at the hospital. And then he was in ICU, critical condition for as long as he was. Has since been released, back in Buffalo. I don't think he'll ever play football again, though, to be honest with you. But his toy drive, I might add, has surpassed $9 million, if I'm not mistaken. Talked about it then, recapping the Rose Bowl, you know, with Penn State defeating Utah, the closest thing, you know, to that I could relate to in the moment, and even since, you know, because we just don't see shit like that in football, you know. I mean, that's just real life, you know, in the game. Would have been, and I believe I said it then. If I didn't, I'm going to say it now. But it would have been when Adam Talaferro was paralyzed in 2000, and then was able to, you know, walk again about a year later, as he led the team out against Miami. But you know, that's why I said then, like, what's taking so long? Because nobody knew. Like, okay, something's up. We just don't know what. And then they said they were giving him CPR. Just that you don't see that, you know, whatsoever. Yeah, so they cart him off. Brady, 3rd and 10 from the 20 here. 31-6, 2:55 to play. Julio Jones in motion. Brady over the middle, caught. Complete to Jones, but it'll be 4th and 3. But, well, we'll hold that thought here. This might be the final play of Brady's Buck career, let alone his NFL career. 4th down and 3. Ball to 13. They get the 14-yard line. And Brady's pass caught. 1st down, Bucks. So the drive stays alive. See if they get another playoff here before the 2-minute warning, but probably not. 2:20 and counting to play. So 1st and goal at the 8. Brady looking to throw. Caught. Touchdown Bucks. Cameron Brate. 2:04 to play. And potentially, if they don't get the ball back, they'll probably kick an onside kick here. It'd be stupid not to. I mean, you want to try to get the ball back if you can. And then you still got 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning here as well. 2:04 to play. But that very well could have been Tom Brady's final pass. And it was complete. Caught for a touchdown. to Cameron Brate. Yeah. Thank you, Troy Aikman, former Cowboy, who, as they'll go for 2, Brady in the end zone. It's complete to Evans. So that'll be his final pass. A 2-point attempt to Mike Evans. Final touchdown will be to Cameron Brate potentially. As a Buck, let alone in his career for that matter, for all we know. But yeah, Troy Aikman was the last quarterback that won a road game in the playoffs for the Dallas Cowboys. Now it's going to be Dak Prescott, but Aikman, of course, still the last Cowboy quarterback to win the Cowboys Super Bowl as well. But now 31-14. Brady's thrown the ball 61 times tonight because they don't have a fucking running game. He's thrown for over 300 yards, has 2 touchdowns now. We'll get into full stats and scores in a minute. Recap and preview next weekend as well. But onside kick potentially. Still got 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. But yeah, this game's still over. No doubt about it. Cowboys are going to win. They'll take on the 49ers next week. But that's the thing. What's the future hold for Tom Brady? No, but go back to that situation a couple weeks ago. That's what I said. Like, of course, they went to break, came back, went to break again. Like, something's up. Like, you just didn't know what, and then find out, okay, you're up CPR. Onside kick, and do they recover it? Yes, they do. Tampa Bay recovers the onside kick. So Brady going to get back out there again, down 31-14 with 2 minutes to play. So they got 3 timeouts, but simply time's just not on their side. You know, that onside kick recovery would be huge, you know, if you go back to the interception. Dallas could still have potentially scored on the next drive anyway, but take those 7 points off the board. They already have 4 missed extra points on my as well, so 3 missed extra points. They'd have a 10-point lead, 24-14, give or take. If Tampa would have scored on another drive, don't have the turnover, score then early in the game to tie it up, get that onside kick here, drive and score, I mean, potentially they're going to tie this game up, let alone win it. But no, that's not the case because they didn't do enough early. They've scored here late, end of the third quarter and just a minute ago. Recover the onside kick, going to get the ball back with 2 minutes to play, but they're down 31-14. Even with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning now, you're still down 31-14. Time simply is just not on your side. Cowboys are still going to win this game, but just what if? That's the big question right now, too. What if? And then it's another comeback win for Tom Brady, potentially, but no, it's not going to be that. Dallas sort of lucks out and, you know, depending on how you look at it, situation here, situation there. And it always just depends on the situation. It does. Dallas lucking out to an extent here, but still doing enough to win, you know, because Dak's looked unstoppable. Their defense played stout, had a running game compared to Tampa Bay. You know, Brady and the Bucs didn't do anything until late. So, it time. You're just not going to be on their side. So, commercial break, 2 minutes to play, 31-14, be first and 10, Brady and the Bucs. And, well, go back to that touchdown and the 2-point attempt that was also caught and good. Those right now aren't going to be his final 2 passes. One for a touchdown and one for his final pass potentially in a 2-point attempt. As a Buck potentially in his NFL career. He's going to get the ball back here. First and 10 with 2 minutes to play, down 31-14. But then the big question is, coming out of this game, once again, what does the future hold for Tom Brady? And we've been over that. I'll give more insight here once this game goes final again, and we'll recap and preview and update stats and scores and all that. But 2 minutes to play, first and 10 Bucks, recover the onside kick. But yeah, a couple weeks ago, once again, with all that, just that's what I said. Do they think he's dead? I even went back and watched and listened to what I had to say. Because they just kept going to break, games postponed, and then they canceled it. Brady going to go deep far side. And, he had Mike Evans at the 5 in stride. He would have walked in, touchdown. But incomplete, 2nd and 10. That's the thing, like, where the hell has this been at all night? you know, they do a little bit more early. You know, they're making it really interesting now. But no, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Brady looking to throw again. That pass caught. Cade Otton, first down Tampa at the 40. But yeah, it was just something, you know, we never hardly ever saw happen in sports before. True life, for sure, shit, but not in sports. That pass over the middle, incomplete. That's what they even said, and I even repeated, like, hey, yeah, your guess is as good as mine on what the hell is going on and what the hell is going to happen next. And we've gotten through it, but then that's what I was saying there about that injury. You can't let one thing dictate, you know, how everything else is going to be viewed in the future. You can't. You just simply can't. It's called common sense, folks, okay? Brady going to get sacked, be 3rd and long. Timeout, Bucks with 1:22 to play.
George Armstrong, he's standing up. And he puts a little move. They got Micah Parsons to that side, like you said. He comes off the edge. Brady has nowhere to step up. As he tries to, George Armstrong's right there to make the play. And just the second sack
So
tonight.
3rd and 18 coming up for the Bucks.
Has the others. The Buccaneers spend their first time out before 3rd down and 18. This game to San Francisco to play the divisional playoff game next Sunday.
And Brady, a step up, pass complete to Julio Jones. And down to the 35-yard line. 4th down coming up, 1:12 to play, another timeout by the Bucks.
Made that stop as we take a look at who's ruling the moment, brought to you by Burger King.
Rolling the moment, well, it's Dallas. It's Dallas Cowboys. It's Dak Prescott, it's Dalton Schultz. It's their running game compared to Tampa's. It's their defense making stops. Getting lucky overall in the end with Tampa Bay coming back here, but, you know, a little too late. Time's not on their side. You know, it's the thing, like, what if?
Best game of his career. I've never seen
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it, yeah. Aikman's probably right. This is probably Dak's best game of his career. For sure. But how does Dallas perform now next week? On a short week, going on the road again in the playoffs. Like, are they going to be hungover, or are they going to play like this now next week again? Now, if they're going to play like this now again next week, then I'd say watch out. But if not, then, like, well, tough shit. You had your moment, and, you know, that's that. But they're going to win on the road in the playoffs for the first time since 1992 tonight. They're going to win their 5th overall playoff game since they last won Super Bowl 30. 17 years since they last won in the playoffs.
in the divisional round next week. Well, these players with Dallas,
As Brady's pass was incomplete. So his final completion, I believe, will be to Julio Jones, if I'm not mistaken. As a Buck and potentially in his NFL career, if he does move on from Tampa Bay, let alone retire. As now Dallas can take a few kneel downs. Old school formation. As they'll go down, pop back up, and go down and snap the ball for the final time tonight. And the Dallas Cowboys will beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight, 31-14. Is this it for Tom Brady? As all cameras are on him for sure. Is he done in Tampa? Is he done in his NFL career? As post-game handshakes now. As Brady's joking about the picks. But yeah, thanks to Tom Brady if he does retire, as he'll jog off. Final score 31-14. Dallas wins on the road in the playoffs for the first time since 1992. They'll head to San Francisco next Sunday, in which as he signs off, tips the hat, as there's his parents and the rest of his family. Yeah, Brady said he'll know when he knows. He doesn't know how long it's going to take, but, before mid-March, just to let them know, hey, this is what's going on. If I'm going to resign, if I'm not coming back, if I'm just going to retire in general. Post-game interviews, but the Cowboys are going to win. So, yeah, come full circle with them. Last time they went on the road and won the playoffs, they went and beat the 49ers in 1992. They just beat the Bucs, and they're going to San Francisco now next week. That's what I said. Are they going to be hungover for that game, or are they going to play like this, how they played tonight next week? Because if it's the latter part of that, I'd say watch out. If not, the 49ers are going to win. 49ers are one of those teams, as I mentioned, though, watch out for. So this weekend in the NFL, the 49ers beat the Seahawks. The Jaguars came back and beat the Chargers. Yesterday, the Bills beat the Dolphins. The Giants upset the Vikings. And last night, on Sunday Night Football, the Bengals beat the Ravens again. Tonight on Monday Night Football, the Cowboys beat the Buccaneers. So now next weekend in the divisional round, following the Super Wild Card weekend, we'll have on Saturday the Jaguars and Chiefs, and then later on in the night, Giants, Eagles in a rematch. Both those games, actually rematches, but a divisional matchup in the NFC East. As all 6 wildcard games this weekend were rematches from one point in time or another this regular season. Jaguars, Chiefs met in Kansas City earlier this year. There's, of course, connection there with Andy Reid and Doug Peterson. And then Saturday night, as mentioned, Giants, Eagles, as Tom Brady continues to walk off. Met twice in the NFC East in division. Eagles, as number 1 seed, were off this week. Chiefs were as well, so they'll both play for the first time in the playoffs on Saturday next weekend. Chiefs host the Jaguars. Eagles host the Giants. Now, next Sunday, we'll have Bengals, Bills, going back to everything I stated tonight. That's the game from 2 weeks ago on Monday Night Football that's now going to get played. That'll be next Sunday afternoon, Bengals, Bills, rather than Cincinnati be playing Buffalo this time. As Buffalo's a 2 seed, Cincinnati's a 3 seed. And now with the Cowboy win over the Bucs tonight, they'll go to San Francisco to take on the 49ers. They met last year in the playoffs in the wild card round, so that's also a rematch. So 3 in-season rematches from this year now next weekend, and a playoff rematch from last year as well next weekend. After once again, the 49ers beat the Seahawks. The Jaguars beat the Chargers. The Bills beat the Dolphins. The Giants beat the Vikings. The Bengals beat the Ravens. And the Cowboys beat the Buccaneers this weekend in the wild card round. Super wild card round, as they call it now, of the expanded playoffs for the second consecutive year. And the expanded regular season, 18 weeks, 17 games to 14 teams in the playoffs, 7 in the AFC, 7 in the NFC. Now, as we move ahead to the divisional round next Saturday, it'll be Jaguars, Chiefs, and Giants, Eagles, followed by Bengals, Bills, and the Cowboys and 49ers now. From Saturday afternoon to Saturday night to Sunday afternoon to Sunday night. And then 2 weeks from yesterday, a week from this upcoming Sunday, we'll have the AFC and NFC championship games, then followed by the Pro Bowl. And on Sunday, February the 12th, next month, 2023 here already. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year once again. That'll be Super Bowl 57 from the desert in Arizona, between whoever wins the AFC as the AFC champion and whoever wins the NFC as the NFC champion. And we had 14 teams entering this weekend. Now officially we're down to 2, 4, 6, and 8. We'll be down to 4 2 weeks from now, and then down to 2 weeks from then, battling it out for the Lombardi Trophy in Super Bowl 57 once again on February the 12th. And only did one playoff game this weekend. That was tonight's. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. We'll have live watch long reactions next weekend. I might add in the divisional round, followed by the conference title games, and then the Super Bowl as well. It's college football season is officially over with. That was last week with college football playoff national championship. Georgia defeating TCU. NFL playoffs have begun. From 14-8 to 4 to 2 to 1, we'll crown a champion in less than a month. In Super Bowl 57. So I'll have live watch long reactions from here on out as the NFL playoffs will continue. Have live watch long reactions a week from Saturday, I might add, as well, for the WWE Royal Rumble. So be sure to tune in for that as well. Keep an eye out for Raw XXX, Raw 30 videos to be published live right here. I might add also on the YouTube channel as well. So yeah, be sure to subscribe. Notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thanks for tuning in this evening as the Dallas Cowboys defeat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And is this it for Tom Brady? Did we see the last of number 12, the GOAT, as we call him, for his 23 years, 20 New England, now 3 in Tampa Bay, and the Bucs? Is he done playing, or is he going to continue to play? And if he continues to play, is it going to be in Tampa Bay, or is it going to be elsewhere? And if it's not Tampa and he retires, or anywhere else and he retires, well, you know, one hell of a career then at that point, as he continues to walk off. As Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will join Scott Van Pelt on Sports Center. I'm sure he's not tired yet, but I think, honestly, if Tom Brady wants to retire, he's you know, he has that opportunity to do so. You know, he has that right with the way he's played and the way he's, you know, gave us times to celebrate and, you know, times to be pissed off at him, you know, through the years, regardless of what side you're on, for that matter. But I honestly think he's going to play next year. I do. I don't know if it's going to be in Tampa. I don't know if it's going to be back in New England. You know, those would, you know, be the two most realistic possibilities, you know, come full circle on his career. But then also to go play for his, you know, childhood team that he grew up idolizing, the San Francisco 49ers, but then also out west because of a connection or two with Josh McDaniels to go play for the Silver and Black Raiders, who in the Tuck Rule game only 2 times in his NFL playoffs career, as he still has 35 playoff wins. Cowboys have one more than that now, 36. That for the first time tonight since that Tuck Rule game in 0-1, Brady trailed at halftime in the playoffs, or was shut out, at halftime in the playoffs. They trailed 18-0 tonight. And then lose 31-14. If only they would have done something a little bit more early, let alone on one of the drives they didn't do anything. That onside kick late, they drive and score. Then it's very interesting with little time left. But that's not how it played out. They shot themselves in the foot by, you know, offensively not being able to, you know, get going, and defensively giving up, you know, basically everything you possibly could give up in a football game. The turnover hurt them, you know. Which led to points. You know, if they scored the couple times they did late, you know, onside kick then that they recovered, score again. I mean, Dallas lucked out, you know, in the end that they, you know, with the 4 missed extra points, they didn't have to worry about that. But that was really their only downfall. Of course, they punted a few times, but they were clicking on all cylinders. Played for the most part a complete game, it felt like. You got to give credit to the Cowboy defense. They put a stop to it early and often, and held their ground, and the offense made plays. As I said, at times, Dak Prescott was playing more like Tom Brady than Tom Brady was playing like Tom Brady, if that makes sense, because that's what it felt like. Stat-wise, 31-14 is going to be your final score. And Brady's final pass, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be caught by Julio Jones. His final touchdown caught by Cameron Brate and his final touchdown or final 2-point attempt that was successful, complete to Mike Evans. And that's all hypothetical. Potentially, if he would be done as a Buck, let alone flat out retire, never have play another NFL game, in his future. And if he does retire, Fox is waiting. Dak tonight, 25 of 33, 305 yards passing, and not one, let alone 2 or 3, but 4 passing touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown. So he counted for all 5 touchdowns. They win 31-14, but then miss 4 extra points. So then that's 5 touchdowns, 35 points, but miss 4 extra points, -1, -2, -3, -4. You get 31, and they win at 31-14. Dak, 25 of 33, 305 and 4 touchdowns. Tony Pollard had 15 carries for 77 yards rushing. Ezekiel Elliott, 13 of 27. Dak, 7 of 24 in the 1-yard scamper, I might add as well. Dalton Schultz had a big game, 7 catches, 95 yards, and 2 scores for him. CeeDee Lamb, 4 of 68 in the score. Michael Gallup, 5 of 46 in the score. Jake Ferguson had a catch for 34 yards. T.Y. Hilton, in his first playoff game as a Dallas Cowboy, 2 catches, 23 yards for him receiving, I might add as well. Noah Brown, 2 of 18. Tony Pollard, 3 catches for 12 yards out of the backfield. Zeke, 1 of 9 as well. Brady's pass was intercepted by Jaron Curse. Almost threw a couple more picks, I might add. Early, it looked like he just, he didn't have it anymore. No zip. Just wasn't playing good. He was either underthrown or overthrown receivers. And then, to make matters worse, the Bucs really haven't had a running game for him this season. Tonight, Rashard White had 7 carries, 41 yards rushing. Leonard Fournette, only 5 carries, 11 yards rushing. Like, how pathetic is that as a team? You had 12 carries, 52 yards rushing, and then Tom Brady, I don't care who the hell your quarterback is, whether it's Tom Brady or Joe Schmo, you don't need to be throwing 66 fucking times in an NFL game. We're not to that point, even though, it's a pass-happy league now and you're throwing all over the damn place. You still got to have a running game. You got to be balanced. You got to simplify it. You got to have balanced consistency. You got to keep it simple. You got to be able to run to pass to run. No running game hurts. You're just lucky Tom Brady's Tom Brady because he finished 35 of 66 for 351 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Did have an interception, was sacked twice, potentially in this final Buccaneer game, potentially in this final ever NFL game, I might add as well. We'll see what the future holds for him. I think he's going to play next year, I do. We'll see, though. If he retires or retires. And then it's one of those that's like, well, all right, you'd like to see him continue to play, but then, you'd also like to see him retire. There's really no in-between, so you don't know how to feel about it. But yeah, Brady, 35 of 66 for 351 yards passing and 2 touchdowns and interceptions. Sacked twice. His go-to target tonight was Chris Godwin, 10 of 85 receiving. Julio Jones had 7 catches, 74 yards in the score as well. Mike Evans matched that, except no touchdown. Cade Otton stepped up at tight end, 458. Rashard White, 436 out of the backfield. Hopefully Russell Gage is okay. Went down with injury late. Was carted off. 2 catches, 10 yards receiving for him. Cameron Brate had 1 catch, 8 yards in the touchdown. Potentially Tom Brady's final touchdown pass. But yeah, Brady, 35 of 66 tonight, 351 and 2 touchdowns. But it goes back to the interception early on their third drive because remember, to start the game, 2 punts by Dallas, 2 punts by Tampa Bay, and then Dallas scored, missed the extra point, 6-0. Tampa drives, throws the interception. Very well should have got some points there, but they did not. And then Dallas drove and scored 12-0. Missed the extra point again. And then they scored again, 18-0 with another missed extra point. They led 18-0 in halftime. And then it was 24-0. Missed another extra point. And then Tampa had scored. And then at the end of the third quarter, that's when Tampa had first scored, 24-7. I believe it was, yes. And then they scored again. And then the Bucs scored. 31-14, your final score. And they finally did make an extra point, I might add. 1 of 5 on extra points tonight. But 31-14, they lucked out. Don't have to worry about that. But You shouldn't have to be worrying about that to begin with, especially come playoff time. You don't want to have an issue there now. But potentially in Tom Brady's final game, as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, as an NFL starting quarterback in 23 years, he finished once again 35 of 66, 351 and 2 touchdowns and interception. Sacked twice. But now the big question is, as they lose 31-14, your final score, Cowboys beat the Bucs. Can't always go out a winner. You can't. Even though he'd like to. The big question is now, as I'll say this, going out a winner. If we all had, the chance to write our own script on how, the future was going to look, we'd all be fucking rich. We'd all be, having anything and everything we ever wanted, and we'd live happily ever after. But that's not how it is. That's not life. You take one day at a time, and, you move on. Because, nothing's guaranteed. Just how it is, okay? But in his final game, he loses. He can't go out a winner, even though we'd like to. The big question now is moving forward. What does the future hold for Tom Brady? Is he going to retire? Is he going to come back? And if he does come back, is he going to be with the Buccaneers? Is he going back to New England? Maybe San Francisco, Vegas? I doubt Miami. Tennessee would be the team to watch out for. Titans need a quarterback. There's history with him and Mike Vrabel. But if I'm Tom Brady and it's not Tampa Bay and it's not New England and it's not San Francisco, I'm going to Sin City. I'm cashing in my 23-year career, and I'm going to play for the Raiders. And then to come full circle, that got his career on track with the tuck roll. Whether it was a incomplete pass or a fumble, it created the roll. That's why it's called the tuck roll. Of course, they won the Super Bowl that year. They won numerous Super Bowls since. He's won another Super Bowl in Tampa in his first year 2 years ago. They lose in the playoffs, though, in back-to-back years. Okay? But looking ahead, he's going to want to try to go out on top, I think. He doesn't want to retire to get divorced after he unretires, which led to the divorce, to lose, to retire again. Makes no sense. None. Why would anybody want to retire, to unretire, to get divorced, to retire again? Like, tell me what the good part about that is. Okay? It's going to be to continue to play is the long-term answer. The Raiders would be that team to sign him as well. Even with or without the history with Josh McDaniels. That's just how they operate, okay? Just win, baby. Take, whatever it takes to win. Okay? It's just how it is. And they're an illustrious program. They're a rich franchise in NFL history. From the AFL to Al Davis to his son Mark Davis now in charge. And I said it earlier, up until, Derek Carr arrived recently from the turn of the century after, John Gruden's Raiders until they traded him to Tampa Bay. And then he beats them with the Bucs the next season against his old team and Bill Callahan in the Super Bowl. The Raiders sort of been a dumpster fire until Carr came in. And they've gone to the playoffs a couple times. And like I said, wish, Derek Carr well. He sort of got the short end of the stick, got the shaft. He won't be there next year. And if Brady ain't there, watch out for Jimmy G and the Raiders. And then they could still, work some magic potentially as well. But so I'm saying, Tom Brady, why would he want to go through all that? On, off the field, in game, in real life, personal shit, personal issues, to retire again, even though he, is going to have a job waiting for him in Fox. Makes no sense to me. Why would you retire to unretire, to get divorced, to continue to play, to retire again? He's going to continue to play, I think. And like I said, if it's not Tampa, not back in New England, let alone the 49ers, play ahead of Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, have them learn. The Raiders make the most sense. They do. So we'll see, if he ever plays again, because if he retires and, it's next man up mentality, we're on to, Cincinnati, as Belichick would say, as the Bills are next week. And it's sayonara. His career is over with. He retires. He goes, works for Fox as a broadcaster. But I don't think he's done. I don't. I think he's coming back. I do. I just don't know where. It might be in Tampa, for all we know. Might be back in New England. Maybe they're getting the whole band back together. Belichick, O'Brien, and Brady. And then Mayo as the defensive coordinator, run the ball, play good defense to get Brady back. And, I mean, at least his final buck pass wasn't an interception like it was in New England. But if this is it for Tom Brady, hats off. What a career. Good and bad. Once again, depending on what side you're on, what angle you look at it from. But it does feel like at times, Father Time's caught up to him. He's not playing up the par as he normally does. And now he's got a decision to make. And, if he comes back, where's it at? And if he doesn't and he retires, then that's that and he retires. But then, we see him every Sunday on Fox as a broadcaster, which then feel bad for Greg Olson. Because he's very underrated. He's better than you think he is. You got to listen. That's why we have, eyes, nose, and ears, for that matter, to see and hear and smell, for that matter. Bring up nose and, all the other body parts. But I'm no doctor, and post game. Oh shit, Brady's presser. So we'll stick on 2.5 minutes. They'll be back, and then they said when they come back from break, Tom Brady's post game remarks, his press conference. First thing they're going to show. So we'll see what he has to say. Flat out could just retire now. Could say I'm coming back. I'm going to re-sign with the Bucs. Could say I'm going to take some time because I don't know. And that's probably the best answer he, could give, because that's exactly the answer he's going to give. Because that's what he's sort of already said, that, he'll know when he knows. Whether that's now, next week, next month. Last year, when he had retired, it was right before the Super Bowl. But then he unretired. And then he's back. And then they have a losing season, even though they won the division, but yet they lose in the playoffs. So what's next? And then if Brady's not in Tampa, the Bucs have a situation at quarterback to figure out, let alone a head coach, for that matter. Because that's what, if they don't win, Todd Bowles ain't going to be there. Really, he's only there because Bruce Arians stepped down, and they have that history, that connection. As much as I like Bruce, Todd Bowles ain't that good of a head coach. He's not. He's a better assistant, flat out. And if you can't see that, then I get thicker glasses. But because even with Brady, they still went technically, officially now 8-10 on the season. Offense not that good this year, banged up, yes, but he's a defensive guy, and their defense was fucking trash tonight. Let alone in 10 of the 18 games because they fucking lost. Okay, he can't do it all. He's not fucking Batman or Superman or whatever superhero you want to put to him, or GOAT, for that matter. So yeah, we'll see what Tom Brady has to say here. They're going to come back from SportsCenter, and they said they'd have that first. So, and then we'll end with that. That's what just, who knows what the future holds for him? Who knows what the future holds for any of us? Are they going to show the highlights first off? As the Cowboys advance, the Bucs are eliminated. Show off some highlights. But yeah, Brady 35 of 66 for 351 and 2 touchdowns and a pick, and was sacked twice. Cowboys win at 31-14. Next week they'll go to San Francisco and then backtrack. Earlier in the day it'll be Bengals, Bills, and then on Saturday as Brady's at the podium.
Not the way we wanted to end it.
Not the way we wanted to end it. And yeah, he loses to the Cowboys for the first time ever. 7-1 as the starting quarterback against Dallas Cowboys. Tough night, he says. Opens up the questions. Yeah, you got to give credit to Cowboy defense for sure. Inefficient, but they have no running game. None. Yeah. Talking about the interception, just didn't get enough arm on it. His 66 pass attempts tonight in a loss. And I think this is ever. Yeah, second most ever in a playoff game. Whether that's him or all time. That's what you shouldn't have to throw the ball fucking 66 times on a fucking video game. Process from here and what he wants to do next. He's going to go home and get a good night's sleep. A lot of focus on this game, so one day at a time. He'll keep it at that. Yeah, they got beat. They flat out got beat. They did.
Most of the time you get lucky, but most of the time, the team that earns it, wins.
The team that earns it wins, yeah. And that was Dallas Cowboys against his Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Defensively, there's some kicks on special teams, but we just couldn't get enough on offense.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
The importance and the power of resilience, and we can talk about those. That's been a lesson that you try to teach your kids a lot about.
Yeah. I think lessons for all of us every year.
Yeah, lessons for all of us for sure. In real life and sports and anything.
Sports doesn't really go. There's 32 teams in the league, and they're all very competitive. Only one of them's really going to feel good at the end of the year. So
yeah,
there's many teams at one time.
There's 32 teams, and only one's going to be winning.
At the end of the year.
At the end of the year, for sure. Because you might be good or think you're good, and then you meet your match.
We lost tonight. It's a team sport, so never considered any individual things like that. Obviously, we came up short as a team, and that's really all that matters. It's all I really cared about was team success.
Yeah, team success. You can tell he's not being arrogant about it or anything like that. He's not cocky. It's team sport. There's no I in team, and there's no I in Tom Brady. There's no me in that motherfucker either, as Kobe would have said. Yeah, they made it interesting late. If only they would have done more early. It goes back to the interception. Let alone done something or two on the other drives, and they might win the game. And then we're talking about, well, the Cowboys lost again in the playoffs. He appreciates, they're grateful.
I love this organization. It's a great place to be in. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming me. Regulars.
He says thanks to everyone welcoming him to Tampa. Says thank you very much, appreciate it, and walks off. And divisional playoffs without Brady. Only missed the playoffs twice in 02 and 08, lost in the wild card round a decade apart in 09, and right before COVID, right before he signed with the Bucks, and then lost tonight. Every other time they made the playoffs, they at least made it the divisional round, let alone the conference title game or the Super Bowl, winning or losing. You know, he's played in 10 of them, and he's won 7 of them. You know, and then, I mean, the 7 wins, you know, he doesn't have Adam Vinatieri, doesn't have, you know, a good defense. Even the 3 losses, you know, from Foles to Eli Manning, like, he has 7 Super Bowls, could have 10, could have less. He has 7 Super Bowl wins, though, which is most by any single player in NFL history. They said the 17-point loss tonight was the second largest playoff loss in his career. That sounded to me like, though, when he signed off and said thank you, that if he's retiring, okay, he's retiring, he's done. But that also sounded like if he's going to continue to play, he's not playing with Tampa now next year. He's moving on elsewhere. Well, once again, whether that's back to New England, out to San Francisco, or to Sin City to play with the Raiders, we'll see. I think he's going to play next year. After hearing that, I don't think it's going to be with the Bucks now. But like I said, if I'm Tom Brady and I'm not playing for either the Bucks, the Patriots, or the 49ers, I'm going to go play for the Raiders. I am. I mean, they sort of have right now. I mean, they're not quarterback away, you know. I mean, fuck, they missed out on the playoffs this year. They're in the playoffs last year. So you got to feel bad for Derek Carr, you know, with everything he's done. But then there's always still somebody better than you. And Tom Brady almost went to the Raiders a couple years ago. Signed with the Bucks. Yeah, that sounded like, okay, I'm retiring, or if I'm not coming back to Tampa and I'm going elsewhere. That's what that sounded like when he said thank you and all that at the end. So we'll see what he does. We'll see what happens. I think he's going to play next year. I do. Now, if he doesn't, he doesn't. He retires and he, you know, rides off in the sunset and, you know, enjoy retirement. He's going to be working for Fox, like, you know, what Peyton's doing now with, you know, ESPN and everything else that he, you know, is tied up in. Just like, you know, Tom is currently as well. I mean, you have everything on the field, but with being good, then you have all your endorsements off the field, and you're tied up with this and tied up with that, you know, family as well. But, yeah, like I said, if this is it for Tom Brady, what a fucking career. And then unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer, enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, in 5 years from now. Officially would be the class of 2028. Yeah, but I don't think he's done. I don't think he's going to want to go out like that. I don't. Because once again, why would you retire, unretire, your personal life gets fucked up to retire again? Makes no sense. None. Like, it would have been something just to retire last year and then he's done. Okay, and he'd work for Fox and all this year. Or they hold off on that for a year or two, or he figures out what he wants to do, because then he comes back, potentially. Which he did anyway. He retired, unretired after a month and a half, you know, gets divorced. Why would he retire again right now? Unless he thinks he just doesn't have it anymore. Which he still showed at signs this season, along with tonight, that yes, he does. But then at times it's like, well, no, he doesn't. Father Time's catching up to him. He's right there in the middle of it now. You know, so which way is it going to go moving forward? Is it time to step away? Hey, we're going to continue to play. And like I said, come full circle would be to go back to New England, let alone go play for the Raiders. Because with the Tuck rule, that, you know, for the most part started his NFL career. You know, because, I mean, he played at Michigan. But he was also a 6th-round pick. 199 overall. And then Bledsoe gets hurt. In steps Tommy Boy, and the rest has been history. You know, so I'll leave it at that. And if he does retire, he retires. If not, we'll see where he's playing next year. But I think he's going to be playing next year. I do. I'm not going to be surprised though if he's not. If he does retire, he retires. But if he comes back, which I think he will, we'll see where it's at. I don't think it's going to be in Tampa. I think it's going to be either in New England, San Francisco, but for the most part, with the Silver and Black Raiders. So just win, baby. But tonight on Monday Night Football, to end the wildcard round, the Cowboys beat the Buccaneers 31-14, just like the 49ers beat the Seahawks. Once again, the Jaguars beat the Chargers as well. Also on Saturday, and then yesterday, the Bills beat the Dolphins. The Giants beat the Vikings, and the Bengals beat the Ravens. Cowboys win tonight, 31-14 over the Bucs. So now next week in the divisional round, we'll have the Jaguars and Chiefs, along with the Giants and Eagles, both rematches from earlier this season. And then next Sunday, Bengals-Bills, rematch from a couple weeks ago in a game that was postponed and then suspended, postponed, and then officially ultimately canceled with what happened a couple weeks ago, Monday Night Football, on the field with DeMar Hamlin, and then now Cowboys 49ers in a playoff rematch from last year. So that's next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 and 8, 3 and 6:30, Saturday and Sunday. Jags, Chiefs, Giants, Eagles, Bengals, Bills, and now Cowboys with their win over the Bucs tonight take on the 49ers. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. I'll see everybody on next weekend as the NFL playoffs continue with the division round following this Super Wildcard weekend in what we just witnessed as potentially Tom Brady's final NFL game. He's done as a Patriot. Maybe he goes back, but right now he's done as a Buccaneer as well. Maybe he returns. Maybe he goes elsewhere, but maybe he rides off on the sunset and does officially retire. Only time's going to tell. We'll see. Only he knows, and we'll have to wait for that announcement in due time. But in the meantime, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, and I'll see everybody on next weekend for more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube.